And first of all, you guys have all successfully completed your long rest for the night, even if you haven't began to stir quite yet. But Telperion, as you walk over to investigate the sound you heard near Jiri, that's where you find the dusty stoppered bottle mentioned at the end of last session, a few feet away from Jiri's form. You had investigated this situation. There were no footprints or no traces of movement in the vicinity, just the slumbering, no longer shivering form of Jiri.
I pick it up and I want to just like look at it really deeply and like I don't want to open it. I just want, what does it look like?
Make investigation check.
Should I use it?
Some of it you'll get for free.
Yeah. Dice tower, don't fail me. 16 plus 4, 20.
It's really good. It seems to be a well-made glass ceramic bottle that is kind of a little wider at the base and then kind of tapers down to a narrower neck. And it is stoppered with a cork plug. Otherwise empty. It is just very dusty and clearly old and kind of some of the wear and tear on the exterior, but it has held up through God knows what, wherever it came from.
What was the shape? Like a vial, like a beaker?
Yeah, probably like this big, roughly.
I'm gonna tap Jiri. Jiri, wake up.
Jiri wakes up and you notice that he's holding the iron chicken or silver chicken and his little stone in his hand as he was sleeping, and he quickly puts them in his pocket, a little embarrassed. He says, "Oh, Telperion, good morning. How are you?"
Good morning. Do you recognize this?
Looks like a bottle. Could be my bottle of Orin Air. Where did you find it?
It was on the ground right here next to you.
Do you think Moby brought it during the night? Do you think he finally caught up with us?
I think you've been attributing a few too many things to Moby. This just appeared and nobody was here. I've been watching the whole time. So I think you must have summoned it?
We should look around. Maybe Moby is here.
Okay, I'll look with you.
You guys are welcome to get up and scout the air. And Gallus will start to stir hearing you guys' conversation. You guys are all free to wake up and go about your morning business. Jiri and or Telperion, you can make a investigation or survival check, each of you.
I rolled an 18 plus 4 for investigation, so 22. I can't wait to some dog shit full rolls when we fight.
That is your trend so far. It's not a good one.
I love a -1 to investigation, but 15 is still good.
15.
You guys kind of stick together, maybe spread out a couple feet apart to kind of thoroughly scan the area. And other than your own footprints that you can attribute to you guys during the scuffle with the monsters or just tracks of horse prints, you see no other footprints that suggest other travelers have been here.
So just to be clear, yet again in this clearing, I scored over a 20 and it didn't really matter.
You are very thorough. You're confident there's no one else.
And that's not me blaming you. It's me blaming my roll luck for useless things.
I'll get up and start doing the usual, taking down the tents,
Dallas will appreciate your help and will use you.
Yeah.
So, Jiri, if we open this, would you get sucked into it?
I don't know. Probably not, but we shouldn't open it. It's going to let out all my Orin Air.
What's special about Orin Air?
Well, it's from Orin. And it's not from here.
And that makes it special because
it's from a different place, and it's rare.
Okay.
You can't get Orin Air here.
What will you use it for?
What will I use it for? It's a good question. Maybe someday I'll want to take a nap in there.
All right.
I'm surprised Moby isn't here. Maybe you had it by accident.
I heard it fall onto the ground next to you, and I walked over and it was there. So I was not near you when it fell on the ground. I think that you're just more special than you realize.
Maybe. That seems strange, though. I feel like if Moby didn't bring it to me, I don't know who would have. He's a very loyal companion. I feel like he's my best friend.
I think you have several new friends. Maybe one of them will be better than him.
Yeah, but I've known him longer than I've known anybody, it feels like.
How long did you know him?
About a month ago I met him. He's been helping me out ever since. He helped me get out of that bottle, you see. That's why it's so important. Here, why don't you give it to me? I'll put it back in my pack for safekeeping.
Oh, I think I already did. But yes, I hand it to
you. If we had had 6 horses, I know Moby would have came with us. That poor little lad saw that we only had 5 and thought he wasn't welcome.
Sorry, Jerry. Dallas just calls to you while he's helping take down the tents with Toby Rama.
I'm going to go at this point, help take down the tents and get us saddled and ready to move.
Cool. You are all welcome to kind of, dismantle your campground, roll up your bedrolls, stow them on your horses, and then Dallas makes an effort to, although you guys ate well the previous night, makes an effort to just hand you guys each small rations just to make sure you're not traveling on an empty stomach. Otherwise, kind of gets the horses ready, and we'll have you guys to start heading out again.
One last thing, before Teltherian leaves, I'm going to say,
Teltherian, maybe tomorrow night you should watch out and see if anything else shows up.
I'll keep my eyes open.
Okay.
Cool. Well, you are all able to mount up on your horses on Daisy and Mobitu and Kelavan and Arukan.
Day 2 of journeying.
Yes, day 2 of journeying. So as you set out, heading westward once again, and a little bit north as well, we're only going to have 3 of you this day roll an encounter. So whoever would like to first, Toby Rama, go for it and roll a D100.
Oh, that's right. It's a D100. Where are you? There you are. 77. I like me a good double.
You're strolling around and you are passing very light tree cover, like little bits of wilderness dotting the path. Make a perception check for me.
Absolutely. Lots.
It's really high. One of the trees off your path, you can see that there's a bit of disturbed earth right at the base of it.
Oh, guys, hold up. I think that someone did something over at that tree. I'm going to go check it out.
You are welcome to go scout it out. And there's a very small leather satchel buried under the earth, which contains a gold ring worth 20 gold.
Oh. Score! Sorry, guys. We can keep going.
Toby, 2 rings down. You need 8 more to complete the full set.
Otherwise, you are able to continue on. Who wants to give us the next die roll? Roulette?
$51.
51.
Should I get each what?
Interesting. You are coming up against the road starts to clear a little bit as you're getting northward. You can start to see the Mirror River that kind of enters the continent from the west side of the continent near Ostennis, actually, and streams all the way east into the Arbor Loch, which kind of bisects Creatia from Durast right to the north of it. So that massive river is now visible as you guys are continuing northward and westward. And you come to a small hilltop where you can see 3 stones set on the top of it.
This is like on the path, or is this like just off the path?
It's just off the path.
Quick, just geography question. The Mirror River is north of Forest Hollow?
Correct.
Okay. fellas mind if we take just a quick breather? Give some food and water to the Daisy and the other horses here.
Absolutely.
And I'll hop down, and very specifically because of the thing that I made this morning, I'm just gonna wander over. How big are these stones?
They're probably 5 feet in height and maybe a foot in diameter, and they're kind of like just like all leaning toward each other in a very small, simple tripod-like state. And there is text on them written in primordial, if any of you want to get close enough to examine.
I immediately turn to either Telperion or Toby. Any of you linguistically inclined folk know how to read this?
I get up and I'm like, I got nothing.
Toby looks close, doesn't recognize anything. They seem like very simple geometric shapes, not quite runes like you're used to, Roulette, but as Telperion and Jiri come close, they can identify the clear dwarvish text of primordial language. And it just simply seems to refer to a small shrine to Shantia, the Earth Mother, who is essentially the common parallel to the elven Sylvanus, which is just like a general agrarian god of bounty and forestry and just really greenery. Just healthy plant life is what is her domain.
Shantia?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want to spell that real quick?
Agriculture then?
Yep.
Oh, I got so close. I missed the U.
I got super far.
Life and bounty and all things agrarian.
Respect.
And plant cultivation.
Oh, I have an idea. Jiri, or no, not Jiri. Toby, come here.
Yeah. What's up?
I've been waiting on the right moment to do this because I don't really trust my skills. I don't usually grow plants, I just pluck them. But why don't we take some soil from this shrine and try to plant that dryad leaf that I've been holding on to?
I think that's a good idea. What is in an herbalism kit?
What is in one?
Yeah, like would there be seeds in them?
Generally, it's like clippers, a mortar and pestle, some pouches and vials.
Okay.
It's mainly for creating small salves, remedies, potions.
Take out my herbalism kit. And I assume I just have like a little pouch. I'm just going to scoop it, some dirt into it from under the rocks.
I'll do the same.
Here, guys, if you're doing that, I've got a small stone cup you could use to kind of give that some form if you want. So
yeah, I'll put my little pouch of dirt in the cup.
Perfect.
Do you have an herbalism kit?
I do.
Oh, okay. So
Telperion, before you pull that out, is this the kind of religious shrine where you're supposed to offer something instead of taking something away?
Right where I plucked the dirt from.
I'm just wondering. I don't know any of this.
Telperion, make a religion check.
Use the way. 15 plus 2, 17.
So in the Seldarin pantheon of elvish gods, you're at least familiar with the idea of Sylvanus, and Sylvanus is, commonly worshipped among many of your people. Sylvanus's domain, and if this goddess of Shantia is a similar parallel, Sylvanus is a very neutral god who simply sees to the existing cycle of nature. So there's not necessarily any connotation of you must only offer. Maybe there's a give and take to that god's domain.
I'll just take some of the mint and thyme that I got, and I'll just leave that on the ground right where I took the dirt from.
Okay.
So then I'm going to cup the dirt, and I'll say, all right, Toby, would you like to try to plant the dryad leaf in this?
We've got the cup, we've got the soil. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. That dryad leaf.
Yeah.
I'll create a little divot, get it nestled in there, roots facing down.
Perfect.
Roulette, I like.
This leaf?
So as you both try and pot this, I'm gonna have Toby Rama roll a nature or survival check with advantage from Telperian's help.
Shift.
No.
I mean, above a 10 is always something, but
You, unfortunately, with the nature of this very fragile leaf, you, as you're trying to plant it, it seems like part of the stem gets crushed, and the bright green edge around this otherwise fairly neutral green leaf just fades into a normal leaf.
shit.
Well, we tried our best.
I think it was worth an effort. Roulette, I like that idea, though. I think, I might pick up some seeds, from a shop in Austenis, and maybe on our way back, plant them. Just to give offering.
Sure.
Jerry
But
will
otherwise-
take a long swig and he'll say,
I'll pour one out for Moby.
and he'll water some of the plants.
I'm gonna plant the mundane dryad leaf on back where I put pull the dart from.
Let's call it lame.
No. I would never.
As you kind of plant the dryad leaf there and sprinkle your mint and thyme, was it? Some of the writing just seems to very almost imperceptibly glow and then retreat, and a small breeze blows through, but otherwise nothing of note. But per the encounter, having made an offering, your day will be free of violent encounters on the road.
Hype.
Damn it. Just kidding.
I'll start as I'm walking back. Jerry, we've been traveling for like 3 hours, and your tabby looks a bit there's a bit of dirt on there already. Horsehair. I want to try something out on you, and I take out a stone. It's about like 8 inches across, covered in my runic scribbles, and I just hold it out to you and say, "Just do me a favor and just put your hand on this."
Okay.
As you put your hand on it and use an action, all your clothing, just as if it were prestidigitation, gets cleaned.
That's hype.
Wow. I look so good. I'm ready to meet royalty now.
I walk over to do the same thing. Toby and Telperian, I know you did a bit of gardening over there, so you can get that dirt off.
We are drippy. Let's go.
Drippy.
Eh. Looking fresh.
Look at this Gen Z kid.
I like the idea that Toby Rama is like Gen Z millennial, like super hip.
Telperian's a baby boomer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Could I get, as you guys kind of get back onto your horses and make your way again, Gallus feels confident you guys are making good time and should arrive in Cardigan Post this evening or after,
Right.
for hopefully to stop there over the night instead of having to slum it on the road. But could one other person give me an encounter roll of a D100?
You can do it, Jerry.
All you, man. You got it.
Oh, D100.
Yep.
$40.
A flock of moths flies alongside you for the course of like 5 minutes and then otherwise disperses.
Nice.
So that's fun.
Love it.
Chantia. Hey, free of violent encounters. I'll take it.
All right. Well, as you guys continue along the Eventide Road, the next several hours of your journey go by uneventfully. And as mid-afternoon sets in, you crest a small hill, and against this familiar sight of the usual rolling green hills you've been traversing, you immediately spot a small red-brown patch of land a few miles ahead as the small mining town of Cardigan Post comes into view.
So what do we need from this town?
I don't think we need much. I'm basically hoping it's looking like sun should set in the next hour or two now. Just figured this is very much on the way on the eventide, and I figured we'd stop in here for a night of rest instead of crashing in the wilderness. But
Okay.
if you
Sounds
guys
good.
are amenable to that, I like to.
Gallus, have you been here before?
I have. It's been a couple years, but I used to know the man that runs the mines. I wonder if I still do, if he's still here. But let me type that in chat.
No, it's a K.
Who are the most important people we should introduce ourselves to?
A-R-T.
Usually there's a couple of the Capitol's glass guard there, so I imagine they probably have a lieutenant or captain stationed here. As long as the man I used to know was Balan. He was a up-and-coming entrepreneur type that kind of got into the mine business, and I am curious if he still runs the mines or not, but that's one of the only people I knew here.
So head to the tavern then?
Yeah, there's a section of town I think called the Rock Bumps, if my memory serves. There should be an inn or two that we may be able to stay in, but it's a very small town, so hopefully they haven't had too much travelers. So should be room for us.
Is this stone fence true? Is there like a stone wall around it?
Yeah, there's a small stone wall. It's maybe 10 foot in height, so not enormous, but still enough to keep out potential bandit raiders. Stuff.
And
like
there
that.
are other sentries?
Yes, there are sentries. There's two men with crossbows out on two top posts. Like they're kind of watchtowers, but really it's just more like a turret raised area of the wall. Here and here, and then there's a single armored guard in front. And as you start to pull up toward that 10 foot or so high exterior town gate, a guard holding a spear and shield approaches the party, and he is outfitted in beautiful plate armor that seems to be a hybrid of like an amber colored glass like material and then gold painted trim. All right, guys, that's one of the glass guard. They're the contingent of guard that hopefully some can be stationed in Forest Hollow if we can make it to Ostennis and request that be the case. But they're the primary defensive force throughout all of Creatia.
You said the glass guard?
Glass guard, yep. And their armor seems to appear like amber colored glass. Ooh. And Gallus will actually also tell you that this place, that's one of this place's main purposes actually, is it's not really a crop growing commerce trading type city. It's mostly receives gold and supplies directly from the capital, but its main exports are fairly unique in that there's a sand called mirror sand, there's potara tree ash, and in the mine they mine a saffron colored ore called veritite. That basically all these different ingredients are used by people in the capital to make this beautiful amber crystal-like armor for the glass guard.
Who do the glass guard owe their allegiance to?
I think they're under command of the queen and in Ostennis, but really it's her top commander, General Elise, that is their head general.
So there's no chance of us recruiting them.
Possibly not directly, but I imagine if we're able to get an audience with someone, we may be able to run a request up the ladder and ascertain some form of professional defense for Force Hollow. Then as you kind of approach, that guard holding a spear and shield kind of approaches you, and Gallus kind of speaks up. Greetings, soldier. Gallus Aeridon here from Forest Hollow, traveling with friends to the capital for business, hoping to bed down for the night in Cardigan if you'll have us. Who do I have the honor of addressing? Aye, well met, Gallus and company. Name's Danver. You're welcome to continue through the gates and talk to my lieutenant, but I doubt we actually have any room right now. A bit of commotion this morning at the mines has forced the miners to occupy most of the free-in space in the rock bunks. So we may not be able to accommodate your crew, but you're welcome to ask. Please proceed inside. And he'll give his spear 2 taps on the ground and kind of gesture over his shoulder, and the 2 large wooden gates slowly open inward, allowing you guys to proceed into the city. And as you guys pass, I'll
go for a little nux from the guard. What's up?
He will look at you curious and hesitantly hold out his knuckle, holding the spear. And as you pass, he'll tap his spear again on the ground and say, "Madeira's light shine on you, Gallus and company."
As we pass him, I'm gonna ask him.
So what was this business in the mine? What happened?
I'm not fully up to speed. I've just been told to alert travelers of the like that there may not be accommodations available, but you're welcome to speak with my lieutenant inside. He can get you up to speed.
All right. This guy doesn't know anything.
But 2 more guards approach you once you start to kind of enter the city, or really a very small post town. One of these 2 soldiers that approaches you, armor matches the gate guards, the beautiful amber. The others sports a bit more gold and filigree on the appearance, and more ornately painted chest piece, and greets you. "Greetings, travelers. I'm Lieutenant Oliver. What is your business at Cardigan today?" And Gal actually gesture to you guys, just in case you remember.
We're traveling from Forest Hollow over to Ostennis on business, city business, I guess.
Yeah, we hope to make rest here for the night if you'll have us. Sounds like there's some commotion though. Yes, Forest Hollow. Welcome to have you. I do apologize, but I fear we cannot house any travelers at the rock bunks at this time. We've had to evacuate the pits this morning due to a disturbance below, and all the miners are currently lodging at the rock bunks for now. Is Balan still the foreman of the pits? Aye, he is. You know the man? Well, I've met him once. I'm hoping our crew can stay in town tonight so we don't have to slum it on the road. Is there any way I can speak with him? Maybe we could even offer some help with the situation, if my friends are willing, that is. Yes, of course. He's right over there near the mine entrance. You're welcome to join him.
Hyperion's salivating.
Oh, yeah. Willing indeed.
Well, he will, Lieutenant Oliver will escort you further north. I kind of like put our characters on this, but this is kind of just a background map. These are the 2 men in guarded armor, that one looks fairly standard, one seemed to be the lieutenant. And they will shuffle you past a couple of these buildings northward, where another simply armored glass guard is speaking to a shorter dwarf man. Seemingly the dwarf is very agitated, and kind of the guard almost seems like looking around, looking like, I'm not enjoying this conversation. But you guys are welcome to approach.
I want to ask the lieutenant while we're walking. So how much does that armor cost?
Yes. I don't actually know the cost of the armor. I believe it was all of us soldiers are outfitted in Ostennis at the capital when we join or are promoted. I received a promotion 2 years ago or so, and I was promoted to lieutenant. I'll be honest, being stationed here at Cardigan's not the most glamorous job, but it gets the work done and it pays well. So I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Lieutenant Gary asked him something.
But here's Balan now. He can get you up to speed. Balan, we have travelers here. They're hoping to pull up for the night in Cardigan and may be willing to give some aid to the situation if you're willing to get them up to speed.
Balan is his friend?
Yes.
Is he gesturing to the dwarf?
Yes, gesturing to the dwarf. Yes, Balan, who you will remember is the one Gallus had actually spoken with in the past, seemed to know to some degree.
Cool.
And he will kind of, as you guys approach, Balan is kind of in agitated conversation with his other guard. And Oliver calls to him, hey, we've got these travelers that are potentially interested in giving aid if the situation calls for it. And Balan's like, oh, great, outsiders. What do you all want? What can I do for you?
Don't mean to cause any trouble. Gallus here mentioned that we might be able to. We're on the road to Ostennis. Gallus here mentioned we might be able to find a bit of lodging here in Cardigan Post on the way. But it seems like something's got you in a tizzy.
Things are fine.
Well, I might as well get you up to speed, as the other 3 crews I've sent in have yet to report back with any helpful information. See, this morning we had a bit of surprising seismic activity in the pits. I suspect some fresh-faced youngster got a bit of ahead himself and stuck a pickaxe where he shouldn't have. But it is completely setting us back for the day, and I absolutely must get back down to the foreman's chamber to gather my ledger of the past week's schedule and results. That is of the utmost importance to prove to the Queen in a month that I have maintained heightened productivity for the year and am deserving of a position in the capital. Yeah. Will you proceed into the pits and see what you can get? I haven't heard from anyone I've sent.
Well, quick question. The crews you're sending down, are these other miners or are these glass guard?
There have been 2 or 3 glass guard and otherwise mining crews that have gone down to see if they can ascertain what the hell happened. But there was a rumbling this morning and a bunch of crews escaped out of this mouth of the cave and otherwise have been holding up here for the day. But we need to get our miners back down.
Does this guy recognize Gallus?
He doesn't make any significant note, and Gallus will actually kind of speak up and say, hey, old friend, I think we met a couple years back. Name's Gallus from Forest Hollow. Do you need what should we be expecting if we proceed down there? I can't really say. None of the crews have returned to give me a report. I would go down myself, of course, but I have matters to attain to up here. Are you willing to go? I'm sure you want recompense, I imagine. I'm sure the Glass Guard can acquire you some form of monetary reward. And you mentioned you'd like to stay in town, yes?
I think that's our main objective, so we're happy to help out, in any way we can.
Certainly, the faster you clear the area of any hazards, the faster we can get the crews back out of the rock bunks and into their mining houses further off into the quarry. That should free up space for you to stay the night. Now, please, get a move on if you're willing. We need to get business back up and running.
That was a lot of comment very quickly.
Toby, we definitely also want money from them, not just beds. We're kind of poor.
Yeah, but Jerry, hear me out. It's so much more satisfying when they give it to you when you didn't ask for it.
We're not
you think they'll give it to us?
Of course, we're doing potentially doing a great deed for this foreman and the town as a whole.
Master Balan, quick question for you. Is this a finders keepers kind of mine if we're headed in there?
I don't know how much valuable materials are down there aside from Petara tree ash and the Veritite, but sure, whatever you find down there, just bring it up. Except for performance chambers. I need access to my chamber, but other than
for academic reasons, I come from a mining town myself. I'd mostly just be interested in some of the minerals or anything down there.
Yes. Please proceed, Ed.
I'll check in with you on the way out as well. But
he is very dismissive, and just all he cares about is getting this issue resolved. Even as you approached the guard and Balan, you may have everyone make a perception check. Just to see if you overheard any phrasing.
Boom, phrasing.
Roll for phrasing.
14.
Roll for phrasing.
14 for me.
14 for Toby.
You basically hear nondescript conversation, but Toby Rama actually from a distance, just catching some of their lips, you can tell that Balan is agitated that he's losing a significant amount of gold per hour that the mine is down.
Ooh.
So
Merlet, we should take some of their minerals. Maybe we can make some of that cool armor with it.
We can certainly try, but let's get a move on. I think Master Balan here would be happy to get his affairs in order faster.
I do like this idea that we just got off the road, just been leisurely walking and riding, and we're like, "What's up?"
As we're walking, I will say to Gallus, loud enough for Lieutenant Alver to hear. Gallus, you sure you want glass guard at Forest Hollow? They can't handle whatever's going on here. I'm not sure they're going to be able to protect you too much over in Forest Hollow.
Gallus will lower his voice. Easier, lad.
I'm just kidding.
I'm sure Oliver's a good man, and it sounds like they've only sent 2 or 3 soldiers down there, primarily miners. So,
well, good thing there's 4 of us.
Yes, very true.
If we had,
I also wonder if there's been seismic activity. I wonder if the parts of the mine have collapsed or something, and I'm hoping everyone's okay down there. But are you guys okay with this? We can certainly proceed on the road further if we want, but this definitely sounds like a good opportunity to make ourselves look good in front of the glass guard and maybe ascertain a reward and a free night's sleep.
I'm happy to introduce a little excitement into our day. It's been pretty slow going. I like a little excitement before bed.
All right.
I'd appreciate not sleeping by the threat of on-kegs outside. So
very true.
That as well.
All
I
right.
just start walking.
this
Right.
seems like a perfect mission for Moby, but since he's not here, we're gonna have to do it.
All right. Well, everyone keep your wits about you. I don't want to somehow lose you guys to a situation that we could have avoided on the road, but just be prepared. Hey, Oliver, will you tend to our horses out inside the front gate? Yes, of course. We'll pull them up and make sure they're all right.
Bye, Killabone.
But otherwise, you guys are able to proceed further into the mines.
Gallus,
his
are you
horse.
worried?
Yes. As you move forward, there's a small portion of the mountain has been hollowed out, and as you proceed further, the area seems to it opens up, and there's maybe 100-foot wide or so gap in the earth where there's a bunch of wooden. It looks fairly sketchy and ragged, but it seems to have held up from all the miners' activity. But there's a bunch of wooden scaffolding that kind of ladders down to portions of the mine and just generally forms a kind of spiral staircase, if you will, down into different sections of the mine. But you are welcome to proceed as you wish.
Roulette, you know about mines. Should we be worried about monsters and other creatures in here? Or do you think it's going to be pretty safe?
Yes and no answer. Are there going to be things in here? Probably. You don't usually find wholesome beings, hanging out in the deep, dark, wet places of a mine. But we should. I think between the 5 of us, we should be okay. And I'll tap 3 different rocks for lights, and I'll just hand them out.
Okay. You are welcome to do that. Who do you? I guess you just give them to the other 3. Gallus.
I'll hand one to the other 3 of my party.
Okay. No worries. Gallus will stick close to you guys just to make sure that he has adequate vision as well.
Wait, I have my own. You can give that one to Gallus.
Oh, that's true.
Thank you, Roulette. Appreciate that. Don't know how well our eyes will adjust down there.
I'm going to levitate mine 5 feet above us just for more ambient lighting.
Okay. You are welcome to do that. As you guys start to proceed, go ahead and have everyone make a survival check.
Bro, what is
Or
going
you can make a survival or perception, but flavor for me. What are you interested in perceiving in this environment?
I'm very interested in seeing footsteps. What's the general traffic of this area? I would imagine it's pretty straightforward as the mine has been further and further hollowed out. It's just probably one central path. I'll roll for that. 19.
I have my the thing that critter inspiration. I'm just gonna use the inspiration because I feel like I shouldn't still have it.
Don't use it on this.
No, I'm not, because I feel like the DM inspiration is supposed to be for this session.
We got a 16.
I don't care. So did I.
Perfect. Toby brought. Wait. Tell Period. What did you get?
12.
So So as you guys are proceeding, and this wooden bridge seems fairly suspect, but you're able to cross that no problem with some careful footsteps. It's in fairly well condition, even if it looks fairly ragged. But as you guys proceed, Toby Rama, you can see heavily worn portions of this wood. It looks like definitely there's a main pathway of egress that essentially looks more worn wood than the side bits of wood. So definitely well traveled. Otherwise, in there you do see some drops of blood that have started to peek in from the cave entrance and that lead further down. You also notice Roulette. Toby Ram is kind of looking for traffic and stuff. Roulette, as you're looking around, you notice that there is a not depicted here on the physical map, but there's a kind of cantilever structure off this tower, this small like raised platform that is holding several ropes that dangle down indeterminately for however far you guys can see. And it seems like with the structure of this thing, you suspect it may be used to haul up materials that have been mined. It's fairly standard from stuff you've seen in the past, perhaps. Very simple pulley lever mechanical construction.
If I gingerly make my way to the edge and I look at like the bundle of ropes going down, do I see the ropes attached to anything?
They continue down for farther than 100 feet, and you definitely lose vision in the darkness as it goes down, but they're not like loose hanging frayed ropes or anything.
Can I reach any of them?
Sure, you could probably reach one of them.
If I like just give it a up tug.
You can make a strength check.
Sure.
Hey, Roulette, these stones, anything special about them? And like, can you just do them to any rock that you find?
I can put light on anything really. I
Okay.
just do the stones because it's
Okay.
easy.
I'm gonna send mine just down and see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You just drop it.
I'll just.
You're welcome to. I assume it's a blue stone, right?
Yeah, we'll do light blue, sky blue.
Just into
so very perfect.
Yeah.
You drop the stone and you see the kind of the small aura of light go and go and go and go and probably falls for 6 to 8 seconds, and then you hear a clink, and that's a long time for something to fall and hit something metal. So like it is you have determined that it is a very, very deep pit, but you are able to now see a hint of light blue light, a very small speck of light source where you had dropped that, because that light is able to make it to your eye even if the rest of the area is darkness.
Okay. It's it's deep, but not as deep as maybe I thought.
Roulette, as you give that rope a tug fairly strongly, in your opinion, it still doesn't budge. Whether that's indication of it being stuck or just anchored to something or supporting something, you're not sure. But
do we see, or did Toby mention any other way down that we see, like stairs or anything, or no?
You see an area of this side clearly seems to be a ledge or balcony that's not staircased or laddered of any kind, but there does seem to be a staircase over here that leads potentially down tunnel wise to a lower section of that scaffolding.
I think we should. I'd opt to take the stairs first. Gallus, did Balan happen to give you any map or anything, or are we just going as deep as possible till we find his chambers?
It's a great question. Probably should have asked him how far to go. I can run back and ask him if you guys want.
I thought we were just going until we found people.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I think that's really what his biggest thing was just to get a glimpse of the situation and report back. But it sounds like he really wanted his chamber cleared as well. And I'm sure, if we're going to be rewarded, hopefully that could definitely
I'd say
for us.
We can just push forward. One thing, I guess, just for the group to note, that stone down there, worst case scenario, these ropes do seem strong enough if we feel like free climbing a few hundred feet. So we could get back up that way if we found ourselves down there. But I'd say we should take the stairs.
That'd also be potentially good to transport up any injured people who can't make it up.
How many ropes were there?
There's 4 dangling down into the depths.
Oh, should we dangle down a 5th one just in case?
They're all roughly spaced 10 feet apart from each other in a square-like pattern.
Jiri, I don't know if... I mean, I've got a handful of rope on me. I think we're going to run out real quick. I don't think it's going to get all the way down there.
Do you think that these ropes are here for mining, or were they one of the parties that came in to help the others?
I think this is, and DM, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a fairly standard thing they build out in the mines. You circle all the way down, and then you have the ropes you can pull your haul back up.
Very much so.
What is the blood like?
Seems to be just smatterings, drops. Clearly someone was bleeding enough to where they couldn't just hold the cut and prevent it from dropping at all, but it also is not an obscene amount of blood by any means.
Balan had mentioned that people had come back, right? But just
Correct.
Without any useful information.
Correct. A lot of miners escaped in the morning when whatever happened.
Gotcha.
Well, let's just head down then. The stairs.
I agree. I'd like to be kind of keeping an eye out for, he mentioned the miners' chambers, he mentioned his office or whatever. I want to see any offshoot rooms, because I've got a pretty clear idea on how to keep going further down, but where might small different pockets be?
Sure.
Looking for that ledger.
Yeah. Let's have this be investigation. With the light, you're able to kind of detect just where you find differences in the terrain. So go ahead and make this perception.
Okay.
It's always weird asking you to make a perception check, because I'm like, your active perception is not going to likely beat your passive perception of 20. I'm like, what information's fair to give you versus not fair to give you? But with 14, you do notice various offshoots, little canals of veins that have been mined, or maybe there's loose pickaxes and supplies that it seems on every kind of layer of this spiral pit situation.
It kind of webs out for getting...
Exactly. There's spider webs of corridors on every one, but none of them are very long. So it's not like you have to go down 5 minutes worth of cave to find the end of them. They're all little bits of branched networks.
Nothing that resembles a chamber or room for
Correct.
abode. Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Let's head down. I think Jiri's leading the charge.
I'll lead the Jerry. Do you want to lead the charge, or would you like my help?
No, I just walked down the stairs first. You should probably go first.
I'll go first, and I'm going to take the stone, and instead of the ambient light, I'm just going to levitate it out, and I'm moving it anywhere I want to see. I'm moving the stone to get a view from afar.
That's so cool. It's like having a flashlight, and you're pointing it where you want it.
Yeah, very much so. You're absolutely able to do so. You'll find similar things of note that Toby Rama had seen as well. It's going to take you guys roughly 15 minutes or so to proceed all the way to the bottom of this pit where the scaffolding stops. Is there anything of note you guys want to talk about or do on your way down?
Just same thing for me. Maybe I'm starting to piece together that only all the way down is probably where the chambers are, but still looking out for anything other than those veins where stuff was mined.
I'm not talking because I'm keeping my ears really peaked for any disturbance.
Okay.
I'm going to look for anything of valuable.
Yeah.
I'm looking for any loose stones in these 6 more veins.
I will help Roulette.
Okay. That's a good cause. That's a really good call. I was about to ask you to make an investigation check, Jerry. So Roulette, an investigation check with advantage, and tell Pyrian, go ahead and make a perception check.
15 on my perception.
+7. Oh my gosh.
Roulette, you are able to, as you guys are going down, in terms of valuables, you're able to find usable tools. There are kind of various mallets and pythons and pickaxes. if you wanted, you could pick up all this or none of it, however you'd like to. You do see bits of where these veins have been mined. There's definitely some like subtle yellow stones that have been like worked or chunked out. And there's, as you guys are walking, you can definitely find at least one small chunk of veritite ore.
Veritite.
Can I find any, like, are there any throwing axes available?
Roulette, is your intelligence 20? That's insane. I love it.
I didn't catch that, but
sorry.
But Telperion, you do not see on your way down any hand axes in a martial sense that you're used to. There might be different, like, mining axes or other tools, but no martial weapons.
How is my sound on my 15 perception?
Great call. You do hear movement. There seems like occasionally, as over this course of this 15 minutes, you will hear, like, from far off, a shifting of rock or maybe a rock falling. Just no, like, not sound in terms of like clashes or violence or anything like that, but you hear enough shifting rock sound to suggest movement of some kind ahead.
Everyone, at this point, let's make sure. Gallus, why don't you be in the back? I'll be in the front, and then the other three in the middle, whatever configuration works. But
Sure.
We should keep our formation tight and be on the lookout. If any rocks stop moving, we go back, not forward, right? So we're not trapped.
Certainly, yeah. Also, let's I guess we don't really know what we're walking into, so let's keep our footsteps light as well.
Quick out of game question. Does just a normal shield give +2? I thought it was +1.
No, shields are always +2.
I've shouldered my bow and I've got my shield out in front of me.
Okay. Empty right hand with just your glove and symbol. Okay. Perfect.
I'm gonna take out my sword and just have it in one hand.
Okay.
Oh, so are we worried about rocks falling on us?
Potentially.
I don't think it's out of the question, but maybe we can resolve things or at least scope out the situation that doesn't put us in jeopardy.
Oh, I better turn on my puffy armor then.
And Jerry's gonna his neck, because his neck is open, right? That's the only one. He's gonna cinch it tight, and his like body is gonna inflate with like steam. And he's gonna be all puffy now.
That's Jerry. That is so cool.
Do you? Is this just an effect that happens, or are you muttering any sort of incantation?
Oh, I do.
I say, time for some Jerry's puffy armor.
And I cinch it tight.
Okay.
I give it a little poke, and it's like,
careful, Toby Rama.
I cut my fingernails. I cut my fingernails.
Okay, I'm just saying it might hurt if you pop it.
All right. At this time, we should probably proceed quietly so we can be listening for rocks.
Agreed. Could everyone make a stealth check?
Yes,
as we move to the following screen. Now, I want to know if this screen is successfully hiding most things from you guys.
Yeah,
I see. Yeah, a person.
Okay.
With my disadvantage, I rolled a 5 on my stealth check.
Solid 7 from Roulette and Jerry.
Toby.
Jerry's disadvantage wasn't too bad, and Toby with the net 1. Classic.
No.
My 5 doesn't matter too much.
I'm the stealthiest. I'm so sneaky.
So as you guys proceed downward, you do travel for about 15 minutes downward through several layers, probably over a dozen, shall we say, like tiers of this mine shaft. And now you've reached the point where you come up on that blue stone that you had tossed down.
That's what I was wondering.
So you're welcome to pick that up if you wish, and you'll see right next to it is, in fine condition, a very large metal contraption, which have hooked to it on each corner, just a large mine shaft suspended by 4 very thick ropes.
Mine car?
Like a mine elevator, essentially. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'll go up to it and give one of the ropes like a little twang.
There is on the cart, which is at ground level. It is making contact with the ground. It's not like suspended and swinging at all. There is one cart on it that has a bunch, that little piece of ore you found. It's got one cart full of that. That is all mostly rock, but there's definitely chunks or grooves of that yellowish ore material in it. So an entire cart of that is on the elevator.
Rowlett, how much can you carry?
Well, I'm just gonna pocket this one for now. Jerry, give me a moment. I just want to see if can I tell if this is functional, how this is functional, like how this elevator thing would work?
Sure. Make a, I guess, just investigation.
Because that's the only way you would have +7, right? It's +5 and then proficiency. It's gotta be. I'm so right.
There's another thing that I'm not even gonna
expertise.
Yes, there is such thing.
Let me be ignorant.
You're welcome to be ignorant
as I posit things
on matters that are as unimportant as each other's character stats. But what was I gonna say? 10 is like, you're not necessarily like, oh, I know exactly how this is controlled, but like you're a smart enough engineer essentially that there's probably some crank up at the top that you may have overlooked or didn't see behind some portion of wood that probably is able to raise this whole thing.
There's not like an on switch at the bottom.
Correct.
That's what I was looking for.
It doesn't seem to be powered by some means. It is purely mechanical and likely has a raising and lowering mechanism up at the top.
Jiri, I think no need to carry this. We could probably, once we get back up top, we could haul this back up. The ropes are secured up top. We just gotta pull it up.
That's a good idea, Rowlett. You're so smart.
I'm gonna walk forward with my flashlight rock.
You are able to. Go ahead and move your character forward a few spaces. As you move that forward, let me see if I know how to, if I can figure out how to do this. I mean, I know how. It just might be a little bit of a...
Or hand or my levitating hand.
Your butt.
I've just been like missing steps and tripping and like coughing, and it's kind of late, so I'm yawning because I'm not being stealthy right now. And as they move forward, I'll just kind of like, I'll hang back towards the rear, and I'll
Okay.
I'll hand Gallus the. Oh, he already has one, so I'll just hold on to my blue stone.
He does have one, but Gallus will kind of take one step in front of you. Go ahead and make an insight check, actually.
Okay. Okay. $15.
15's pretty good. Nothing crazy. You do notice that Gallus's general kind of posture, demeanor, gait, probably over the course of the last 2 days, and certainly right now, is being a little extra protective of you. And you had known that he voiced in the campfire the previous night. He was very distressed to see you go down and be knocked unconscious by those bandits in the corn maze fight. He's feeling some form of protection, defensiveness toward
and
you.
I imagine part of that is also the reveal of us both being from Duras, that there's that extra now aspect to this bond.
There may be.
Okay.
But you guys are able to proceed. Let me select that again. Telperion, as you are able to move forward and scan your stone kind of as a dowsing rod of illumination, you do see mostly just a cart path for mine carts to shuffle ore back and forth to the elevator. You also see a number of different corridors, kind of in caverns in different areas. Most notably, you do see right in front of you, which was a bit visible from where you guys were, is the form of a glass guard soldier dead on the ground with crumpled armor, and there is stone on top of him. Some portion of the cavern has collapsed on him.
Kiri and I both do a little silent damn it as the armor's crumpled.
Yes, it is definitely it's broken and splintered in a way that is not usable, but it is still nice plate armor. Could be mended potentially by a professional, but is not currently functional.
Well, that can fix things.
I go check out the body.
You are welcome to. It is a human man with brown hair, nondescript humanoid figure, but is otherwise just simple armor. So it matches the other glass guard you've met so far in town.
Does he have a shield?
There is no shield on this person.
How did he die? From combat, like chest or the head?
There's a noticeable chunk of ceiling cavern above you that is just like missing, so and there's more above it, but it is just like clearly experienced seismic activity and crumbled a bit.
Oh, everyone look, and I levitate the rock up, and then we look down, like, so the rocks could be falling from anywhere, so be very ready to jump in one direction or another if anything odd happens.
You also see as you kind of illuminate that space, there's just a number of stalactites and stuff on the ceiling, but the ground is fairly well paved. Paved's the wrong word, but it's more smoothly grooved stonework.
Any weapons, or I just put one hand in a pocket, and I'm trying to make this really fast. I don't want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and this all like happens pretty quickly in succession. There is a spear that seems to have rolled out of his hand and is usable.
Oh, I'll take that.
Very simple iron spear, but you can absolutely add a spear to
I
it.
need throwing items, as I don't always want to be risking my cool crescents.
Also, no roll required. You do see the form of someone else over to the side that is currently sitting on top or laying dead on a pool of blood.
As the body inspector, I rush over there too.
I will say, just for a point of reference, and I'll bring this up more, just as a reminder, anytime Toby comes across a dead body, he's kind of like reaching out with his glove hand with his symbol, and I'm attempting to do spare the dying. Like anytime I see a corpse, just in the case that it holds. So I'm trailing behind, but once I see them approach the first corpse, I try it, and then now there's this new corpse from several feet back, trying it again.
You are absolutely instinctively doing this so far to these first two bodies, that you can feel the lack of connection. That magic is happening, but it's not making purchase. And
Gotcha.
it's sparing a life. It seems these people are already gone.
And I will also just add, for the practical Telperian, when he sees dead bodies, it's all right. Let's assess. Like he kind of doesn't. It doesn't really phase him, but you probably would see like he's almost like calculating. All right, do they need help? Okay, they're past help. We take usable parts and try to assess the damage to figure out what could have caused this and what poses us danger. So I do like I love the contrast in my methodicalness, and like I don't give a shit about this person anymore. And we're taking what we can use and figuring out what we can.
Absolutely. I like it. I like the contrast a lot. So you proceed
with the second body.
Yep. You proceed to this small cavern, Telperian, and you guys are, just to kind of flavor your stealth checks previously a little bit, potentially through no fault of even your own, you guys are stumbling over loose rubble, or maybe when you're looking through the guard, you're clinking his armor around. You guys are realizing that although we're trying to keep our footsteps light, we are definitely making noise.
And it's gotta be echoey down here. Sure.
It is 100% echoey. And so now you're definitely hearing echoes of other bits of rubble shifting in other portions of the cave. That could be fully natural and nothing of concern, but you are absolutely hearing ambient echoes throughout this space.
I'm putting my sword away, and I'm just going to be holding on the spear.
Okay. Telperian, go ahead and make an go ahead and make a medicine check. And is anyone else proceeding in that cavern with him? Or are you guys kind of staying?
I'm gonna stay like in the crossroads here where I'm.
I'm making a mine cart.
16.
16. You can see that this guy is a simple miner. There's a broken pickaxe next to him, and you immediately see the likely reason for this guy's death. There is a massive hole in his chest that goes through his back. He's laying down face up, and just this massive gouge through the middle of his chest. And so his innards have kind of, settled at the bottom of that, and blood has pooled from beneath him and spread out. There's a big hole. Then go ahead and make actually, Toby, Rama, and Roulette, who have view of the cavern, go ahead and make a perception check.
Absolutely. Perception.
You both see blurs of motion, and you may even exclaim out in alert, but it may be too late to defend him from some version of contact. But you see two beasts immediately drop from the ceiling, seemingly have been stalactites. They both just detach from the ceiling, and one falls directly onto Telperion, and the other detaches and rights itself, and almost like an octopus kind of glides over toward him, as the forms of two of these things make themselves known. This one is the one that drops directly on Telperion. It's a piercer that looks like a stalactite and is indeterminate from the ceiling when it does not move. Similarly, a dark mantle. Both of these things, seemingly pure stalactites, absolutely looked like stone. And
The dark mantle. Oh, there it is.
Wait, do it again. I clicked out of it.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah.
So this is the one that righted itself and is kind of gliding toward Telperion, but this is the one that fell directly onto Telperion. So I'm going to make a surprise attack for one of the creatures, but everyone can now roll initiative.
Click that character.
Oh, I'll do it in the thing itself. Fuck.
Okay.
Can we take a 1 minute break before we do this? If anyone wants to pee real quick or something.
Buy your break. Take it up. Buy your break.
The air is sweet.
I don't know why I was just convinced until I just now checked it that Observant gave. I was thinking of alert of no surprises.
Oh, sure. Your observant does let you see people. You can read lips from afar, though.
Yes, I remember that as you brought it up there.
You gotta take alert as well. Then you'll be like the ultimate sentry.
Yeah. All right. Is everyone rolled? I just gotta sort these orders, probably.
I don't think you did Gallus yet.
That is very true. I did not yet. Thank you. Rightfully last.
I'm glad the creepy one is not up first. I'm glad it's just the initial one that went first and probably gets to go again.
And so this is its initiative roll, but it does get a surprise attack.
Oh, yeah.
So it's essentially going to get 2 little attacks in a row, which may or may not.
Oh, jeez, what am I going to be doing in this? I've got that out.
Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
No, I cannot.
Well, that's a bummer.
Prestidigitation, I think I said that almost right, is...
Prestidigitation. I don't know how you pronounce it, but I usually say prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
I'm very glad one of us has that.
Who has it?
Roulette. I thought Roulette did it with that stone.
No, I think it's like a...
Is it similar?
Yeah. It does this.
Is prestidigitation a cantrip? I thought so.
One of the best ones.
It is a good one.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, Telperion, as you are inspecting this body and seeing a massive gouge in its chest, you hear Tobirama and potentially Roulette as well shout out, "Look behind you!" And it's too late. This first one is going to get an attack with advantage on you from its drop attack. But with quick reflexes, you jump out of the way and dodge its surprise attack. And now is when initiative truly kicks off. So now this piercer is on the floor right next to you, having just impacted the ground. And it will, it has minor little tendrils that break out from its mouth that like try and grab onto your arm, and it's going to try and make a bite attack on you.
But my dodge out of the way was super badass, right?
Yes, it was very badass.
Like a little twirl, but manly.
A twirl, but manly.
It latches onto a bracer of your armor, and it just like it grabs it, and like you can feel the pressure, but it does not do enough to pierce your heavy armor. And that is its turn, so it does not do anything else. Roulette, your turn.
I'm gonna take a few steps back towards Toby. Telperion, I think you got a bug problem. I'm gonna
Bug.
snap my fingers.
Bug.
For a firebolt, does a 24 hit?
Yes, a 24 absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Hey, big 10.
Ooh, we love those.
It makes
the smaller one.
Yes, it makes a heavy impact on the one that's next to Telperion on the ground. It's not technically prone, but it is small and on the ground. But you very expertly aim your bolt at it, and it strikes it dead in the chest, and it squeals in pain, but is otherwise still alive.
I'm just going to end my turn there.
Yep. Tobirama.
I'm going to. So the one that got Telperion is just kind of latched on, but ineffectively.
It didn't get me, though. That's important to remember.
It is not technically grappling him, but it is like trying to grab his wrist, essentially.
Creature. That probably won't work. Okay, so I won't do that. I'll cast Bane on the two creatures, which is a charisma save of 13.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, what'd you do?
I cast Bane.
It's the opposite. It's less.
It is the opposite of bless. And what do we see from you doing this?
Similar to, I think I've blessed. Yeah, I've blessed before, and I like extended my hand, and there's a faint silver glow around my hand, and then you guys have this kind of silvery mist around you. Similarly, that is now on them, but it's like the mist is like being ferocious at them and kind of like going at them.
It's clinging to their form, and they're like reacting to it in a way that like they do not like it on them.
Yes.
Your spell DC is higher than a 12, yes?
Correct. It's 13, so they are both under Bane, and that is
Yes.
nice. That is concentration. I need to remember that.
Yep, you are concentrating.
So they have a minus D4 from their attack rolls and saving throws.
Yep.
I'm going to mark that down. Where I'm here, I'm happy to stay here, and that's my turn.
With your passive perception as your turn ends, you definitely hear from this motion and commotion of noise, you definitely hear shifting of rock further into the caverns. It echoes in a way that you can't tell its source.
Okay.
But you absolutely hear some movement reacting to this increase of noise.
The chamber that Telperion is in and the other two things, is the map accurate of it's just a room and doesn't proceed off elsewhere?
Correct.
Okay.
There are some cots and minor supplies here that indicate maybe this was some sort of break or rest room.
Gotcha. Okay, that's me.
Telperion.
Okay, clarify. I'm holding a spear. Okay, I'm going to. I can do a 2-way. I can throw a spear as bonus action, right?
I don't think so, unless you have the fighting style that lets you do that. But I don't think you do.
Why do I get to throw a hand axe as a bonus action?
When you're dual wielding, you can do. They're both light weapons, and you're allowed to attack, bonus action attack, and both of those are allowed to be thrown.
Cool. I'll drop that and snag my great sword and swipe at the piercer.
Okay, you're absolutely able to do that. Go for it. Roll. Not advantage because it's not technically prone, but
12 plus 5, 17.
Absolutely hits. You during the strike, you strike very true, but you notice how hard this thing's hide is to replicate the texture of rock, but you push into it and definitely see a leak of blood. So go ahead and roll damage.
6, re-rolling my 2. 10 plus 3 is 13 damage.
How do you kill this little guy?
Oh, I want to slice it right in half.
Okay, so you kind of meet it and you like feel the resistance, but you just push through and you cleave it clean in two as it dies on the floor next to you.
For you.
Thank you, Roulette. God damn it. Okay, so it dies, and then I guess I'm just gonna push the squid.
Okay, go for it. Is that a strength save on my part?
Yeah.
It is mid hovering toward you, like floating in this very off-putting way, and you definitely impact it, and it is pushed 5 feet back as it makes its way toward you.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna retreat a little bit. So
okay.
I'll just take a couple steps back this way. Yeah.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
This thing, even having its momentum shifted, continues to hover and float down toward you. And this cavern ceiling is roughly 10, 15 feet high, so not terribly high, but this thing has surprising horizontal speed for the distance it's falling and makes its way directly toward you and floats down and tries to attack your face. 12 probably does not hit your form.
Correct.
So how do you block this thing?
I'll just put my sword up with the flat end, and instead of my face, it'll try to land on my sword.
Okay, so it grapples around your sword almost too tight and immediately releases, having just tried to grab such a sharp object, and then releases your form, but otherwise just hovers in that space, trying to get toward your face. But that is its turn. Jiri.
All right, Jiri was halfway into this little minecart here, and now he's getting out, and he turns around. One quick thing to note, now that his air hole is cinched, his hair isn't standing up anymore, so now he's got like shaggy hair down now, and he's just going to grab one of his stones off the ground, breathe some air into it, and chuck it at this thing.
Michelin Man attacks.
Yeah.
Also, just a reminder, Critter, you didn't roll. Or did you roll a d4 and subtract? It didn't matter because it was going to miss no matter what.
That's why I didn't.
Okay.
That's true. I did say 12 to hit. Probably doesn't hit, but yeah, you're right. Wow, that absolutely makes contact with this thing. Roll damage. It strikes this thing in the head, and it squeals in pain. You struck true. It still is hovering in its space, though.
And I'm not going to get anywhere near it.
Okay. Yeah. Is that it for you?
Yep.
Gallus, seeing Telperion reacting to something further on in the cave and then retreating, and this thing hovering toward its face, Gallus is going to take his action just to throw his hand axe directly at it.
Come on, Gallus, don't hit me.
Oof.
He does miss as it separates from Telperion's sword. Gallus's hand axe spirals and just like impacts the stone behind it and falls to the ground.
The whooshing of it got a little too close.
But then with his bonus action, he will say, "Telperion, quick, get it!" and use his bonus action as a commanding strike to allow you to use your reaction.
All right, I do so. 18 plus 5.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
6 plus 5 is 11. Plus 3 is 14.
What's that final plus 3?
My strength.
Oh, wait. What was that? What was the plus 5 then?
6 and a 5 plus 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. How do you kill this thing? I just want to make sure you got the damage right before I let you kill it.
This time I go like that, and I go up, and I bring my sword down right through it. It's
perfect. You like bring it to the ground in your momentum, and it just like as you pull up your sword, it is cleaved in 2 halves, and you have successfully dispatched these 2 things.
And the bane energy that was on these 2 creatures kind of recedes. It's super subtle, but it's there, and it kind of comes back into where I had cast it from.
Beautiful. And that will end this round of combat. So we are out of combat for now.
Cool.
I've never seen anything like these things.
Yeah, what the hell was that thing?
Toby's doing scanning of the ceiling. Like
you are
hardcore.
You are welcome to make a perception check.
Be good to me. Was not good to me. The 20-year-old killed me.
You are very thorough in your search, and you still have no idea how to determine if some of these stalactites are real or creatures disguising themselves.
You guys, that camouflage is no joke. I'm making nothing out of this. Let's like Telperion said earlier, let's be ready to dive out of the way.
I want to take a couple steps back. I guess I just want to like look at these little creatures just like kind of commit them to memory, so sure. I'm familiar with what they look like.
They go ahead and make a history check real quick.
Seven plus 4. No, wait, is it plus 4? Yeah, 7 plus 4 is 11.
Okay. You don't know what these things are from, studies or experience or anything, but they definitely seem like, this is obvious, but they seem like cavern dwelling creatures that definitely are not commonly experienced.
Damn it, Tim, go back to the position you were just in. I've never seen it so. You looked like you were looking out a rainy window, like you were looking sideways. It was
feel the rain on your skin,
but it was so perfect. All right. Okay. So,
but you just know these creatures are foul, like abominations of physicality that you've never seen anything like this in the overland world. These are
big eyes.
They do have big eyes.
Okay. I just want to scan this room for anything of interest before I leave it.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
18 plus 4, 22.
You are able to, other than the bits of supplies, you kind of sift through the supplies from what was probably a break room of some kind. You're able to find 4 days worth of rations if you're interested in gathering those.
How long is that taking him? Like a couple minutes?
Yeah, probably just to sift through simple supplies that were in a kind of common view, maybe a minute or 2.
Oh, okay.
Not terribly long.
For the duration, concentration. I'm gonna tell the group, guys, hang tight for just a minute. I want to get something going here, and I will begin to ritual cast Detect Magic, which takes 10 minutes.
I don't have time for this.
Oh.
Yeah. How does Toby Rama, when you say that, how do you begin to set up a ritual? Essentially?
I just, kind of at this crossroads, get on my knees and nothing visual necessarily. It's just a deep look of concentration in his face.
Okay. Jiri, are you proceeding further into the cave, knowing that he's attempting something? Okay. Yeah, Toby Rama, you are welcome to continue casting this, but a few seconds go by and you do hear with your passive perception further shifting of rock further down the caves, and you immediately think to yourself, you're welcome to continue, but this may take longer than is safe. But you are welcome to continue that process.
I kind of open my eyes and I'm like, maybe Jerry's got a good point, and I'll trudge along after.
Okay. Where are you guys going? It looked like Jiri wanted to go roughly this way.
I think he's here.
Yeah, I mean, Jiri would start walking first, then once he noticed that everybody else was like, okay, we'll go with you, he's gonna like let you guys go first.
I walk along the tracks looking at the mine cars, just like nerding out engineering wise about the wheels and all that shit.
Yep, for sure. Let me reveal.
I'm like feeling high on life right now after getting to slaughter some evil things. So I'll be joining Jerry.
I'm going to reveal a very healthy chunk of this map, depending on, since you guys are proceeding in that direction. Who's leading the charge here?
Jerry, do you want to this time? Or do you want me to?
Oh, no way. You go first.
And so Telperion totally like offers you he holds out his arm, offers you the chance to go first, and then
I'm like, I'm too puffy to be very dexterous, and those things are gonna land right on me.
All right,
You go first.
I feel like at this point, Telperion definitely like has some like adventuring energy that he hasn't had in a while, not since like the temple. So I'm like getting real pumped about like discovering secrets and moving forward and trying to figure out what's going on. So I'll be kind of walking quickly into this room.
Dallas is going to go jog, pick up his hand axe, and then otherwise kind of join up back in the rear of your ranks.
I picked up my spear.
Perfect. Yeah, you guys are able to proceed further in, and you are able to see a number of additional dead bodies. Seemingly all of these are not glass guard, but miners who have been not bludgeoned to death with ceiling caverns. You do see one with no check required, since you've already kind of determined what this looks like. You do see another one with a hole punctured in his stomach, but the other two seem to be torn to shreds by something razor sharp, whether weapons or some natural weapon or etc. And then as you guys are further, let me grab that. As you guys are further proceeding, you also are able to see off to your right on the map, your left, I guess, a massive hole that kind of looks like a fissure that goes deep further into the ground, into blackness, and a destroyed mine cart on that route.
This is a dangerous place.
How far? It's like a 10, 15 foot gap across.
It does seem to be roughly 10 to 15 feet. Yep.
I should probably see if there's another way across, because I'm not in the mood to be jumping over a gap like that. Does the fissure look new, or like?
It definitely looks like there was a cart placed here that has crumbled across, and with the way it's jagged and bent and like even swaying slightly, definitely indicates that this is recent.
I could fly us over, but maybe we should find another way around.
Let's go back up and check that other path first. This I don't want to be jumping across a gap that was just recently made.
Absolutely.
Toby, should we do a ritual real quick? You check the bodies, I'll check the bodies.
Let's do first.
Toby, elaborating further on that, Toby, like, upon seeing these now 3 new dead bodies, like, makes a motion towards each of them and doesn't get anything, and then he's not like frustrated. He's just he there's a respect aspect, so it's not really much of a ritual. He's just always trying to save people, but understands that this is supposed to happen to everyone at some point. So,
something of note, as you're now just very used to, like over your time at Forest Hollow and even before in some indeterminate time, you have had these minor magics available to you and you've been able to ease people's journey into death. You're starting to, the first two bodies you encountered, you very quickly just felt the lack of purchase of your magic and that there was no connection. Here, you feel that same sensation that these are people beyond saving. They are dead. But what's starting to kind of ping in your brain a little bit is, or just like your innate understanding of magic, is you're in a weird way sensing different, there's varying degrees of the death that has taken over these people. Like some, you can almost tell that person may have taken their last breath a few minutes ago, whereas some feel colder, not even physically, but just like you're starting to get this weird sense of the degree of separation from life these people had.
Gotcha. So this time Toby just, kind of has a reaction and ruminates on it a little bit, and then gestures towards Telperion,
Yep.
I'm not going to bother going up to each of them. I just, as we walk out, I just want to gauge, does it look like a lot of meat is missing from these bodies, or is it just like they were just killed, or have things been scavenging?
Sure. They are eviscerated so horribly, it is hard to determine if they've been feasted on or just eviscerated.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
But it is a very gruesome scene and much more savage than even just the puncture to the chest that other creature had made on a different person. But these are definitely all miners, weaponless, suppliesless. So. Roulette and Jiri, are you heading up this direction?
Already there.
Yep, we've been there.
Perfect. I'm gonna reveal another chunk of.
Oh, he's one further in.
I can see the little outline.
That's what I saw. I was like, "Where's Jiri?"
Oh, did it not grab that portion?
Hiding from you.
Okay, so you guys are able to continue proceeding further in, and I'd like everyone to make a perception check.
14 for me.
Dude, unfortunate.
Telperion catching up from behind, nothing necessarily of note. The rest of you that are maybe a little further, also nothing necessarily of note. You're probably all busy scanning the ceilings, being very on alert, but you don't notice anything that is giving you valuable insight into your surroundings.
Gary's armor is starting to leak, and it's making like a farting sound, and it's distracting us all.
Perfect. You are able to tell, all of you, that this section of minecart path is definitely undamaged, and the cliff side, that this is also a portion of pit that just goes down an indeterminate distance, but it seems like this one is a little bit more carefully hewn, and then looking down this way you can see the area where it shifts from kind of man-made careful excavation to just jagged crumble of material. So it seems like this cart path, this small bridge, had already been constructed over a pit, whereas this one was not and gave way during seismic activity.
I'll go ahead and do another rock drop with the blue stone.
You're absolutely welcome to. It goes down for another 6 to 8 seconds, probably similar duration, maybe a little bit less. It does make impact down at the bottom, and you are able to, once again, it's not illuminating enough of the space to let you know what's down there. You maybe see a hint of metal, but otherwise, roughly a 5-foot drop still indicates maybe 200 feet or more. Like it's a far distance.
Yep.
I'll refresh the rocks for Gallus, Telperion, and Toby.
Your small glimpse of light down at the pit goes out as Roulette provides you with a new stone light.
Cool.
Let me do something really quickly.
Onwards and downwards.
Onwards and downwards. Yeah, you are able to continue making your way past this bridge as the cavern continues to open up a bit. I'm going to give you a nice, healthy chunk.
Gingerly walk across the bridge, making sure it doesn't break.
Yes, you even with careful footsteps, you actually get a rather comforting feeling. This was a well-constructed wooden bridge meant to carry carts of ore and is absolutely able to accommodate your weight. And as you proceed further, you find yet still more bodies littered across this area where there was probably heavy mining activity going on.
Do you think we found any of the rescue teams yet, or were these the original miners that died?
I think the glass guard that we saw earlier, as I went into British mode right after you talked, I think the glass guard we saw earlier was probably one of the patrols that they sent in here after the event.
They only sent 2 or 3. All right.
Yes, all these seem to be simple miners with simple tools. Definitely no hint of amber armor.
I guess I just want to poke down this way to see if this is an alternate path or if it's just a dead end.
Sure.
And are we seeing anything resembling like a manager's office?
Definitely not so far. Keeping your eyes peeled, these definitely seem like this area that you're currently kind of in seems very similar to the other mined veins, kind of very small offshoots from the other tiers of the shaft that seem like heavy mining activity was going on here, but definitely no hint of desk setup or something that would indicate a foreman's managerial position.
And it's a dead end?
Definitely a dead end, yes.
Okay.
Even up by where Jiri is?
No, I'm just riding this.
As Jiri is proceeding up that way, let me reveal more up there.
I just think I do a pie.
That seems to be a very small ramp and another very small break-like area that it just has like a couple cots, maybe a small bench, and some minor supplies, but nothing necessarily of note. Jiri, before you leave that direction, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
You can do it.
Hey, a 6.
You definitely hear a very small echo in the corridor of just like, and that's it.
All right, guys. Somebody's breathing in there. I didn't see anything, though.
I'm going to run in.
Breathing? I will trail behind Telperion.
You are welcome to do so. Telperion, kind of after Jiri caught that glimpse of a sound, you can go ahead and make a perception or investigation check to see where that may have been coming from.
Guys, I just said there's nothing in there. What are you doing?
20.
It's very high. You see with your eyes and your stone illuminating the space still, I assume that's just a constant kind of revolving in your area. You see the form of a half-orc man just crouched behind a cot over in the corner of the room.
I
Like an active crouch?
Yes, like looking out the top and just like terrified, and then sees you coming and his eyes go wide and is very surprised, but then his surprise starts to almost indicate hope of some kind.
Are you one of the miners?
Yeah, yes. Are you here to help us?
Yes, we are. Can you tell us what's happened? Are you okay?
I think everyone else is dead. We were just mining. I don't know why Balan had us go this deep. We weren't supposed to go this deep in the mine. He started having us go this way for the past month or two. I don't think we were doing anything we weren't supposed to do. We were still being very careful with where we would strike the walls and stuff. There's not as much ore down here, but I don't know why we're even mining this deep. And then those creatures came out of the ground. There seemed to be some collapse and rubble, and something broke through the ground. And then there's also those creatures on the ceiling. I've been too scared to look for the exit.
What do you mean you weren't supposed to go this deep? Oh, I'll call over to Roulette and Jerry too. Roulette, Jerry, Gallus, we found a survivor.
Keep your voices down. This guy is very, very panicked and just looks like he's, even with the moment of hope that he has people with him now that could theoretically get him out of here, he is terrified to leave this little makeshift shelter he has found.
I'm gonna slowly just, no sudden movements, but I'm gonna walk out and head back to Gallus and just kind of say, we found someone. They're alive. He's a miner. He probably knows his way out. They're talking to him right now. Do you think you could escort him out if he decides to leave right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to do that. Are you guys gonna poke further into the cave and see what else is going on?
I think we need to see if there's more survivors.
Okay. All right. Friend, what was the nature of what were you saying about what Telperion asked? Why are you hesitant to go deeper into the mines? And the guy will respond that I'm not going to do his panicked voice the whole time, but he'll talk about how Balan had a heightened sense of urgency and even aggression that they needed to go deeper in the last 2 months, and that there's adequate ore all the way above, and he didn't know why necessarily they needed to proceed deeper. But Balan's been having conversation and has been ushering people in and out of the caves, miners that he didn't recognize, and wasn't sure why this change in behavior occurred. But doesn't think it's safe for the miners to go down here, but they all needed to feed their families, and they're paid fairly well, so they're just kind of going about their day job. But definitely he echoes the sentiment that many of the miners were hesitant about proceeding this far down into the caves.
What's your name?
The name's Kellen.
Come here, Kellen. You look like you could use a nice puffy hug. Come on, get up.
Are you sure? Have you seen to the beasts? I don't want a hole in my chest.
Yeah, listen.
I heard the snarls of other people. I think other people have experienced much worse.
This is Telperion. He's like 1,000 years old. He's pretty badass. He killed them all. Don't worry.
Fantastic. Oh my God, that brings me so much relief. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. You said, I think I overheard Gallus. Is it? Are you able to escort me out of here? Yeah. Come on, we can get you up, of course. But otherwise, you guys are able to slowly escort. He will accept awkwardly this hug from Jiri, this warm display of hospitality, and be grateful for it, but also preoccupied with panic and survival mode.
I'll say, Kellen, have you ever held a spear before?
No, but I've got my axe, and he'll grab a very small dainty pickaxe from under the cot he was hiding and just holding it very close to him, not in a menacing martially proficient way, just very closely clutching this security blanket, if you will. But
I'm gonna gently, as we're walking out of the room, I'm gonna say, I've got something better, and I'm gonna take the axe and put that down, and I'm gonna give him the spear, and I'll say, you hold your hands like this, and you point forward like this.
Okay. I appreciate
Gallus
it.
is gonna walk you out, and Gallus, I was actually thinking we've seen quite a bit, and the information we've gathered would be really useful. So if something did happen, it wouldn't help if we keep pushing through without sending a message back. So why don't you take Kellen here?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do your best to not let him be around Balan too much, maybe?
Okay.
Give a report to the glass.
Yeah, we'll get him. It sounds like most of the miners are holed up in the rock bunks. We'll see if we can find any of his friends or family that can take care of him.
And I would have you have maybe have him not say too much until we're up there.
Okay.
Kellen, one more thing before you go. How we're still looking for more survivors. You know, maybe there aren't, but how should we proceed from here?
Oh yeah, directions.
What are you looking for? Definitely avoid that pit that opened up in the floor, but most of this area is just ore veins and stuff. The foreman's chamber may have something of use there. It's kind of around where the other minecart path goes.
Thank you. We appreciate. Thank you. We appreciate it. Safe travels.
Thank you. Are you ready? And Gauss will kind of take him under his shoulder and kind of usher him out, and they'll kind of use a hurried pace as they make their way out this way. And do you guys kind of follow them out with them ish, or like out at least out of that rest area?
Yeah, he mentioned the other minecart path, so I'm thinking this is where we're going to be breaking off to, where we adventured first and saw those 3 bodies.
Oh, we have to go over the pit.
Yes.
Over the bridge, and then we apparently need to go over the pit.
So, Roulette, before you move that far, as you guys start to come out of that rest area, you hear an increase in the shifting of rock and noise as things crawling on the ceilings or walls seem to be dislodging things, and you hear a deep guttural snarl catch your ear.
Jeez.
Just this horrible noise of a seemingly massive creature that comes around the side as I reveal to you now, if I can. That thing's not working. There we go. The large form of a semi-bipedal, larger humanoid form. It is covered in seemingly translucent fur, but it has a blue hue to it, as if its flesh is blue. And it looks like this. It is really hard for me to navigate this thing sometimes.
Ooh.
Cute.
Metal.
It is considered medium, but it is noticeably larger than you guys' form. Even in its hunched over appearance, it's from the ground up, it is standing maybe 8 feet tall. If it were to stand up fully, it could maybe reach 10 feet. It looks humanoid roughly in form, but it is crouched over using its elongated arms to kind of support it in a more quadrupedal stance. But just this thing looks terrifying and has definitely eyed you in its look.
I want to grab.
I would like everyone.
I want to grab Kellen and just push him back towards the room.
Okay, you're welcome to do that. You guys are able to kind of shelter him to some degree from line of sight with this thing. But I would like everyone to roll initiative, and then I'm going to go take a very small bio break.
Yes.
I'm going to go start a pot of coffee.
Yeah, I'm actually going to grab coffee. As this Quagoth comes into view. And actually, Telperion as well, if you want to make a history check.
Yeah.
What was the name of it?
A Quagoth.
Fuck. 6.
This thing looks familiar in terms of not something you've encountered or experienced before, but you've seen pictures of a quadrupedal, bipedal, mutated humanoid form in some of your studies in your past, and maybe that was 80 years ago, so like maybe you're not retaining the knowledge of what these creatures were, but you've seen something like this in the past, but you're not sure what it is. Again, just like in a loose tome or textbook of something.
Oh, not in person. Okay.
It is something that is taught or at least mentioned in Elvish culture, but it is definitely not something you don't recognize its name or its functionality or anything about its culture or anything, but
Okay, sounds great.
cool. All right, I'm gonna hit this. Sorry if you guys have already rolled initiative. I'm gonna do this now. You are all welcome to roll initiative, and I'll be back in like 4 minutes.
What if we rolled an initiative already?
Just add your thing in there, or tell me and I'll add it, but in a second.
Gotcha.
Oh, he's not there.
Quagoth. La 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 la. Get rid of you.
MK, I might have a 3D printing query for you. If I have something I want to print that is too big for the current size board that I have,
Yeah.
do you know how in any sort of CAD or any program to like cut it in half so like I only print one half of it?
Not off the top of my head. I think I think I use Creality to like is the program I use. You can scale it, so maybe you could scale it just a bit so it fits, but
My buddy who does a bunch of 3D printing, he has 3D printed this massive shark creature that he's going to use someday. And he printed it in sections that his thing could handle, and then he glued them together or whatever. So I know that can be done. I could potentially reach out to and see what like software he uses.
that's got to be a very common thing, so I would imagine you shouldn't have to dig too far to figure out a way.
I'll start my Google journey.
La 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 la. Come on, initiative. Worse.
Also, just a note.
I got 11.
Okay, perfect. Let's add roulette, objects and tokens, add turn. You had 11. Okay. Did Telperion already roll?
He had a 16, it says in the chat.
Oh, perfect. And then I've got my guy. I sized this guy up to be an appropriate size for the creature, but he does only take up one space, so I will be adjusting that during combat.
Gotcha. Critterdom.
Stop it.
Toby Rama. Toby Rama, what's your... Oh, never mind.
Moron.
Never mind. What's your... I was going to ask you what's your dex, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, for a tie.
Yes. All right. This guy is slightly smaller, so he can fit in a space. Perfect.
Did the Deer Lord? Oh, Tim's not here. I was wondering if the Deer Lord. Oh, if the Deer Lord was a medium-sized creature. I feel like I remember him being large.
He was, yeah. He was a
2x2
or 2x2, yeah.
All right, Archie's been fed and let out back.
Let's go.
Beautiful. Oh shit! I forgot. God damn it! I'm still. Not the best at this.
Always do my
We're gonna
initiative.
have Kellen go at the end of every round, depending on what.
Huh?
I always do my initiative in roll 20.
Yeah.
So the fact that if I roll, it doesn't matter what I get. I always need to do it in roll 20.
Sure.
I was gonna give Kellen some wind-filled pebbles, but didn't do it in time.
Pebbles.
All right.
Heads.
Is this very large, bear-like, wolf-like, bipedal, semi-humanoid creature starts to slowly claw his way toward you on the ground. You all jump into action, and Jiri, you can move first.
Oh my god, it's a wolf. I hate them. I'm gonna kill you. You shall also feel the wolf's bite curse when I bite you with my fists.
He's gonna run up, and his eyes burn red, and his fists glow with dark, misty powers. And he's gonna sock this guy right in the face, or at least attempt to.
Just as a bit of contrast to Toby Rama's more silvery mist, yeah, this mist definitely is darker, and you may even catch a glint here and there of a different color. But continue. Go ahead and make your attacks.
16.
16 does impact the form of this creature. Go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
He said ominously.
I just use too many words that are unnecessary sometimes.
Do you need to roll 2d4s, or is it doing that thing again?
I think it's doing the thing again, but it is correctly adding in the chat. So you do 5 bludgeoning damage as you smack this thing very hard. 5. Yep.
Or monk, because I hate rolling d4s. Who says there's a monk? Well, just like d4s, but punch with monks, you know.
That is your action. What would you like to do with your bonus?
My bonus action has already been used.
That's true. Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah, I just run up to this thing and that's it. Yeah, punt it.
Perfect. Okay. Gallus will, seeing you, Telperion, kind of usher Kellen backward. Gallus is going to help push Kellen backward further up and follow, and then he's going to yell out to Jiri with his bonus action, Jiri, hit it again! And you are allowed to use your reaction if you wish to attack.
I would definitely like to.
Fair.
Oof.
12, you go to strike again. The massive claw of this just catches your fist in its hand and just looks right at you and grins with just
Dragon Ball.
Yes. Just grabs you and like leans in, and its gnarled, massive maw is just like very intimidating.
And Jerry howls back at it.
Okay. Great turn. Telperion, you're up.
I'm going to use my bonus action to try to push it 5 feet backward.
You are welcome to do that.
Strength save, please.
Ooh.
Fight.
Strength save.
Dang.
That would be cool.
It feels the impact, and it is dragged like 2 inches back, but its claws grip the earth and just like kind of drag back, and it holds its place.
Cool. I'm going to walk 10 feet forward, and then I'm going to take a crescent and hurl it at its chest.
Go for it.
Oh. $19 to hit, plus 5.
Absolutely hits. So roll damage.
That's 1d6 plus strength, right?
Yes.
Rolled a 1 plus 3 is
You don't get to
4.
re-roll those?
No, it's not. I don't.
Only your great weapons. Yeah.
Ah.
But it still makes impact. It embeds itself in this thing's shoulder, and it like kind of like reacts in a way that it then drops right next to him. So your crescent is on the floor next to the creature.
Okay, and I'm gonna get my greatsword ready to go. And
Okay. Perfect.
Actually, I'm gonna move forward another 2 feet. 2 blocks.
Deal. Roulette, you are up.
I'm gonna move down to get a clean line of sight. Telperion, leave the range game to me.
I can't figure out roll a fucking 1.
And I'm gonna snap a firebolt at the thing.
Roll a 1.
Oh, god damn it.
It sees the fire spark from your hands and like its eyes go wide and it immediately ducks and you do just it continues. Your firebolt continues straight, impacts the wall further behind the pit.
Leave the range game to me, she says.
I don't have my reaction to use to flinch, but I would have.
That's my turn.
Flinching is a free action.
I could have walked up and hit with my greatsword.
You could have, but I liked what your choices were.
Well,
That's your turn, Roulette?
Yeah.
All right, Toby Rama.
What is it that I'm doing? Could do that, but then what could I do? I don't have that prepared. Okay. Yeah. I'll move first. Boom, boom, into this little nook here.
Cool.
And then I'll
Probably a 5 or 6 foot rise on that ramp.
That's what I was hoping for. And I'll extend my hand, and silvery energy condenses and then fires forth as I cast Guiding Bolt. Oh, jeez.
yes.
16 to hit for 19 damage.
Nobody dies.
This thing catches a glint of light in the corner of its eye, and as it looks, it just is blasted by this bolt.
I was nervous it was a 17 to hit.
So it takes a very healthy portion of damage. That is a lot of damage.
The next attack roll made against the target before the end of my next turn has advantage.
So part of its fur seems to kind of shimmer with residue from that light.
Yes.
Excellent hit.
And I'm in that nook. What?
Do you shoot that like a bow?
Yeah.
I have my shield out currently. My bow is shouldered, so this time I just am extending my fist, and there's like it condenses, and then yeah, it's very much like that. But yes, you have seen me do it before, where I draw the bow and then energy shoots forth. That's my turn.
You absolutely make contact. It recoils in pain, and then just like you see a look of the grin it was making toward Jiri is now like regarding you with some attention as well.
The D6 on that was 4, 5, 4, 6. That was crazy.
As your turn ends, you hear another snarl.
I saw you roll your 2 initiatives.
Not from this creature, but another creature seemingly of the same exact kind makes itself known as it climbs up the side of the pit over here, seemingly having come from below. And it's going to use 10 feet of its movement to do that, and then it's going to rush toward the back of the group, and it is going to run at Toby Rama.
Solid.
It runs on all fours, a very saber tooth from like X-Men, whatever that Wolverine movie was. All four just pounce and just lunges at you and goes for a claw strike.
Yes.
14.
I knock it aside with the shield.
It scrapes its way across your shield when you push its arm off, and with its other claw, it tries to hit you as well with its multi-attack. But you are...
Critters monsters are rolling like shit tonight to hit.
It's okay. Maybe it's it's probably lucky, because these things are no joke. So you are able to, kind of hiding behind your shield, you are successfully recoiling it or repelling its attacks, and that is its turn. It does look to its other friend or ally, and it mutters something in a language. It's very guttural and it's deep, but Telperion, you do not understand the language, but you catch very small bits of syntax that indicate it's using Elvish phrases, but it's not in Elvish. And this will just give it to you as a freebie. You, as an elf, know that the only language that uses Elvish as script and syntax that is not Elvish, or Sylvan is undercommon. So you're able to identify this thing has intelligence and it is communicating with the other one in a language that none of you know.
Cool.
And so then it becomes that guy's turn, and it takes a step behind, a step further toward where Jiri is, and having caught one of your hands in its claws, it rears the other one up and just tries to gouge your stomach. Thought that would roll it for me, but it's rolling really poorly.
I kind of hate this because like we're gonna fight a dragon and it's gonna be like 19, 20, 19, 18.
Yeah, Jiri, how does this one not make contact with you?
The armor.
Jiri jumps up in the air and he swings underneath my legs.
Perfect. Then with its second attack, it will still regard you as its current foe.
Bro.
Wow.
Are you getting pissed?
No, I'm fine. Like, I don't need my monsters to win. I do want it to be threatening for you guys, but
I mean, they are intimidating.
All right, it swings at my head this time, and I go into my puffy armor.
Turtle.
He farts a little bit because he pushes the air out of it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, it definitely, you're able to dodge this creature's attacks, and it is looking furious. But that's its turn. Jiri.
All right, I'm going to quickly say, Telperion, push it over the cliff. And I'm going to attempt to like shove it as well. Like I'm trying to like hold my action so that I can like push while Telperion's also pushing.
I'm going to give you right now. Well, you're going to hold your athletics. We're going to call your shove attempt as your reaction when Telperion potentially pushes. We're going to see how good you push with an athletics check, and it may give him disadvantage on this save to resist Telperion's push. So we'll see. But you're absolutely able to do that. So you're holding your action. Anything with a bonus?
Nope.
Okay. Gallus's turn. Gallus, seeing that this thing is cornering Toby Rama now, is interestingly just leaving the side of his current protected person, Kellen, and is leaping to Toby Rama's aid and will attack with his hand axe. And definitely hits for 6 slashing, and he will, I think that's all he's going to do. Yeah, that's all Gallus is going to do. Telperion, your turn.
Force push that creature.
Perfect.
That bitch.
Do it. So he is going to make his saving throw with disadvantage. Or actually, we'll see if Jiri's thing. So Jiri, you are able to push now, so make an athletics check. I'm going to say
no.
You are essentially aiding, so it's not a terribly high DC.
No!
The -1.
Telperion's push goes off slightly too quick for you to react, and so your arms push into nothingness as the thing's form is already recoiling. But now we will see if it resists your push.
God.
Oh.
This one almost knocks it over the edge, but it grabs onto the corner and then rights itself, pulls it back up. So
all right.
It is successfully still up.
I'm fucking mad. I'm going over to it.
Okay.
And I'm swiping so hard with my greatsword with advantage.
Advantage.
Yes.
There's a guiding bolt.
Yeah, advantage on the first.
20 to hit.
Absolutely hits.
A 3, and I'm re-rolling the 2 I rolled. So another 3 then. 6, 7, 8, 9 to 9 damage.
9 damage. Got it. Where do you wound this thing?
Chop its head off.
I think just straight at the chest where I hit with my crescent.
Perfect. You kind of go for the same injured spot, and you just make a massive, nasty gouge at that creature's shoulder. Second attack. Normal roll.
What? I don't have second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being dumb. I was thinking extra attack in my head. That was weird.
No, that's my turn.
Yep, perfect. That was a heavy cleave. Roulette, your turn.
wonder if I just say second attack, Kurt will let me do it.
Yeah, I just roll.
Second attack.
If I roll a nat 20, you gotta let me have it. I rolled a nat 1.
It's a 1.
Nice.
I am going to start walking over towards Gallus and Toby. For fun. I'm going to sneak up behind this guy. Not sneak up behind.
Yeah, you are welcome to. It is preoccupied with Toby and Gallus in front of it, so it does not take notice of your footsteps behind it.
On the way over, I will take out my mace, and as a bonus action, I will cast Arcane Weapon.
Okay.
It fire onto my mace, and I'm going to swing at the back of this fuckhead's head.
Fuckhead head.
And I have advantage.
Yes, you absolutely have advantage for flanking. Absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll it.
And then I get this and this.
Wow. Beautiful. What is your arcane weapon looking like right now?
It's my mace, and it's just literally on fire.
Okay, perfect. Were runes on it what gave it that effect, or did you?
I used my little snappies to just like
light it,
tap onto it, and it just
like a tinder box lighting a torch. You light your weapon. Very cool.
Very easily caught fire.
Yep.
11 damage.
It seems to hate the fire. Not that the fire is doing additional damage to it, but it seems to strike some kind of fear in the creature, and it definitely is regarding you as a threat now. So you absolutely do a healthy chunk of damage. I keep saying healthy chunk all day.
Healthy chunk.
That's your turn?
That's my turn.
Toby.
Yeah, I'm in a pickle here. I'm going to attempt to do this maneuver here. Like that. I will leave its combat range.
As soon as you run away, it does not want its prey to get away, and it does take a swipe at you. And that is not the as injured one. 15 to hit?
Knock it aside. 17,
Really?
17 with the shield.
Very nice. Very nice. You're absolutely right. He's having a hard time getting through that shield.
I might need to repair it or something after this. I did that. I will cast Bless on my 3 homies.
Okay.
NK, I do want you to know I would have missed without advantage on that strike. So, A, thank you for that. And then, Tim, thanks for using your reaction to try to help with the push.
Yes, so Roulette, Topirian, and Jiri are blessed. And I'm there.
I'll that turn, and it was like quiet.
I'll do an extra, my last 5, and that'll be my turn.
You can feel acknowledged.
What was your? I see. Perfect. So your allies are blessed. Let's go ahead and give them a little bump.
To attack rolls and damage, or to
attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay.
You guys are blessed. Okay, is that your turn, Toby?
Yeah.
All right. The one that just missed you with its reaction is now going to turn around and use all of its force on Roulette, fearing the fire that she is branding. So it's going to make 2 attacks on you. Well, it's going to make at least 1. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
6 damage.
Slashing. Having pierced your form, it's going to try and rip the mace out of your hand. So it's going to try and essentially, that's a contested athletics. You can use athletics or dex or acrobatics, but it is going to try and essentially grapple your thing out of your hand.
Am I rolling that now?
Yes. It did not roll particularly high.
Is this a saving throw? It doesn't matter.
It's a check, but
Okay.
So it would not have received bless, but you did roll very well. So you're just holding it back, but its claws are just like digging into your form a little bit where it struck you.
Gross.
But that's its turn. And then the other one having been wounded several times, and it's got blood all over its form now, and it's looking a little worse for wear. It goes into a slightly enraged state. It starts to foam a little bit at the mouth, very hungry for prey. And it, what was that for? Oh, your arcane weapon. Perfect. Thank you. And it is going to make 2 attacks at Jiri, the one standing in front of it, with advantage per its wounded fury. First attack. 15 to hit Jiri. Does not hit with advantage. Second attack.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
17 to hit.
That one does hit.
Oh no.
So it strikes you for 6 slashing damage, and as soon as it tears part of your coat, it recoils in pain. Why is that the case?
Because as he slices through my my puffy outfit now, all this steam kind of shoots out at him and starts burning his hand.
And so that probably made it through your temp hit points. How much damage does that do?
Does one... I get scratched for 1 point of damage as it still kind of follows through and like maybe just scratches across my chest.
Perfect. But it recoils in pain as it, I think, takes 5 points of fire damage.
I kind of know.
Yes.
But it also
Perfect. That beast is looking very panicked, and it is going to try and turn and flee with its movement. It's going to leave your space and attempt to crawl back down into the pit. You both get attacks of opportunity if you
And
wish.
don't forget your D4.
To our attack roll.
Yes.
I don't need it, but 17 to hit plus the D4.
You both hit. How do you both contribute to the death of this thing?
You're killing it.
Ooh, tag team death. Oh, can I wait, do you want to like stab it and I'll punch your sword in farther or something like that?
Yeah, I like line up the hit and I push in and you punch in my sword.
So as it's fleeing, you guys gouge it in the back, and Jiri further punches it in. And as it like recoils in pain, it tries to grip onto the side of the walls it was planning to climb out, and it slips and it just plummets down into the depths.
And then I force push it. I did it further.
And then you hear a very loud thud of a large body hitting ground like 5 seconds after the fall.
It sounded wet.
Wet thud.
And then we high five.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That one was for Kellen.
Kellen's alive.
We hope.
And that's its turn. So Jiri, your turn again.
All right. Well, my little scratch that I had knits up nicely as the mist leaves that figure, the dark mist leaves the body of that thing that we just killed, and knits up my little scratch mark. And I'm gonna turn around and go and punch this guy.
You are welcome to do so.
I love it.
I love how much distress Michael Jacoby is in.
Dude, I'm like, I lose sleep at night because I don't know.
All right, punchy time.
For Christmas, Tim's just gonna send me an envelope and it's just gonna have one word written on it. It'll be the class.
With a D4.
Oh, you should know that already.
With a D4, probably still doesn't hit.
Yes, correct. You can go ahead and add the D4, actually. You do not hit. You barely miss it. So as you're running up, you try and swipe, but it's like as it's bringing its form back up, its momentum shifts from the attack it just made at roulette, and you barely swing too early, missing its form.
But righty comes after lefty, and 15?
15 does hit.
Or 6 damage.
Got it. All right. The monster definitely took some damage from that. Good work. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Perfect. Gallus is going to move into an opportune position and attack the thing with advantage. And hits for 9 slashing damage. This thing is definitely looking worse. But it is Telperian's turn.
What?
I'm just laughing through the 5 of us surrounding it.
I go and I surround it.
Perfect.
And then I will. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Then I'll just roll to attack.
Yeah.
Rolled a 2.
You
5 is 7. Plus 2 is 9.
It is starting to be less reckless in a moment of clarity, and it's trying to avoid all these very threatening people. In its defensive stance, it avoids your attack. But.
I'm just gonna try to push it away from me to maybe like make it trip on a barrel or whatever it's behind.
Sure.
Second attack.
So strength save. I've had bad luck with making these things get moved though.
Wow.
It resists your telekinesis.
That's my turn.
Perfect. Roulette.
Swing away.
Beautiful.
D4.
Oof. Oof.
54. All you need is a 2.
Don't say that out loud.
Yay!
I had already said on a 12 you barely miss it. So you absolutely do hit. Roll damage.
Four total damage.
You hit maybe its elbow or something with a little more meat on its bones to protect it, and it winces in pain, but not as true a strike as you previously had.
I just hold the mace up to its face to try and scare it.
It growls at you.
That's my turn.
Kobe.
Oh, back to me. I'll bonus action harness divine power to get a spell slot back. Yes, bonus action. That's what it says. Okay, so I'll do that. And then
What the fuck is that?
1, 2, 3.
It's a Tasha thing. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Critter, don't tell him. Let him be nervous.
I did that as Declan a couple times.
I'm gonna get behind
Roulette.
and then I'm gonna go. You got hurt, right? You got slashed, right?
I took 6 damage. Yeah.
Do a little cure wounds for you. Get you back up to proper.
You are able to do so.
That's it.
Perfect. For this thing's turn, it is going to scream out in Undercommon a phrase into the void, and then it's going to use its action to disengage.
Dog shit.
Climbing up the side of the wall with its pretty high climb speed, and is going to climb over you guys and attempt to climb down further into the pit. So it doesn't make it all the way down, but it is able to quickly jump up to the wall, climb over the side, and get out of your immediate view.
I should have action surge.
And that is its turn.
It's out of view?
It is currently out of view. It has climbed down into the pit, and it just did that. So it can't have gotten that far, but we'll see.
Jerry's turn?
Yep.
All right, Pebble. And I'm going to chuck it at it.
Perfect. With your elevation relative to this thing, I'm going to give you advantage.
Plus your D4s.
Yeah, we're there.
What?
Ooh,
28.
It's really high. Roll damage.
Boing.
You very clearly strike this thing on its climb down, and it does grunt in pain, but it is not killed or detached from the wall. And by the way, we should say that you had probably moved 10 feet this way to look down, and it was about 10 to 15 feet lower than you climbing down.
All right, and then I will move out of the way so that my friends that can throw things at it might be able to hit it.
Perfect. It is Gallus's turn. Gallus is gonna probably use his action to go over to Kellen and make sure he's all right, kind of try and settle his nerves. Hey, you guys can take that thing down, right? And just kind of
Give me that spear, though.
Oh, here, excuse me. He'll grab it from Kellen and toss it to you, Telperion.
Okay.
And that will be his turn. Telperion, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna rush over here. Can I see it?
Yes, although with its elevation and this bridge in the way, there's some version of cover this thing unless you like wait for a moment for it to get lower, where it's now an unobstructed view.
What if I go here? I guess never mind. I already said I was where I was.
That's better. I would say that space Jiri threw from was the least obstructed view of its climb path.
Which is why I moved out of it.
Well, I'm not going for a throw quite yet. I'll have space to move if it doesn't work. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna pull him.
You're gonna pull him. Okay. Let's see if he can make it.
If I had done.
It's the only thing I've rolled well on all day.
Damn it! It
that
one.
It was
all right,
so close.
I'm gonna dip over here and hurl a spear at it.
Okay, please do so. Yeah, if you're stepping on essentially the spot Jerry was, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay, well, I rolled an 11 the first time.
Okay.
The 11 plus 5 is 7.
16.
16 plus, it doesn't matter, plus 3, 20, 19.
Gonna hit. Let's see how much damage you do.
1d6.
No, 20. Oh, it's 19 because it's 15. Yeah.
Is it 1d6 plus 3?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if you roll.
4 plus 3 is 7.
It screams in pain, but now this javelin is stuck in its back and it is continuing to climb, very, very injured, but otherwise still trying to make it down. Roulette, your turn.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, what?
Oh.
Oh, you can still come shoot at it.
Huh? I'm going to shoot at it.
Do I action surge or not?
You are welcome to.
The only thing I have to throw are my crescents, which I probably won't get back out of this pit.
The pit does have a bottom.
It does.
Yeah, we established
guys
that.
were able to just hear that it's roughly a 5-foot fall. So a 5 second of falling potential before you heard impact. So with a little bit of scaling, you guys might be able to get down there.
Do you care if I try to kill this thing?
I don't care.
I'm going to action surge and throw my remaining crescent.
Perfect.
Do I have advantage on that same attack then?
Yes.
11 plus 5 plus 3.
You're going to hit it. How much damage do you do? It does not matter. It has 1 hit point, but
4 plus 3, 7.
How do you kill it?
The crescent straight to the back of the neck.
Perfect. It just it's climbing, it's pulling itself through telekinetic poles, and it's got a spear jammed in its back, but it tries to keep forcing its way lower, and then it makes it clean into the neck, and the form just collapses entirely. And then 4 seconds later, you hear.
Before it goes, can I try to hold on to the crescent?
You may not.
Okay. With my
so it does go down with the beast, but that doesn't mean it's lost forever.
Did you get it?
Oh, I did. I was trying to think about how telekinesis works.
Do you say that out loud?
No, I'm just
tell her what?
What anesis?
I do try to telekinetically grab my thing out of its neck.
Okay. Almost as a reaction, you try and use your pull ability on it, but the thing is just falling too fast. It's hard to. Maybe you even feel a glimpse of purchase that you're able to connect with it, but it's falling too quickly, and you had that opportunity for such an instant that you were not able to fully grab it.
We killed it.
Yay!
I hate wolves. I'm glad we killed them.
Oh, I forgot to faint. Hold on.
I catch you since we're on a precipice. Do you faint?
Yeah, and then I wake up pretty quickly, and I say, "Thank you for catching me, Telperion. I'm feeling much better. My bloodlust for killing other wolves is gone now."
Do you remember everything that just happened?
No, not really. I know I punched things, but that's about it. It was all a blur. The mad wolf took over.
Let's start walking back, and I'll say, "Are you hit? Are you hit then?"
Nope. It looks like it cut my clothing, but didn't even get me at all.
Is anyone hurt?
Not anymore.
I think we're
Look.
Thank you, Toby.
good stuff, guys. All right, I'm gonna shelter Kellen out of here real quick. Or you guys want to keep poking forward and find the chamber?
I think so.
Yeah, sorry I took the spear, Kellen.
Hopefully, we did good work in trying to clear out the place. We'll see. All right, you guys keep your wits about you. Come back. And then Gallus will usher Kellen. I think I can control both. No, I don't know if I can control. I don't know how to group people, but I think I can.
You can just highlight them usually. Your little drag and drop box.
For that,
Oh, yeah, you're so right. So they will make their way out.
your needle.
All right, let's go. We teleport over to the bridge.
Okay, you all just ritualistically disappear and then reappear over by the bridge.
Save
Oh,
file.
yeah.
Reappears.
I forgot that's
and
where we needed to go.
Our blesses are gone, but we can't get rid of that.
Are they gone?
It lasts a minute.
Yeah, over the course of the next minute of kind of continuing through the corridors, you feel that mist kind of leave your vicinity.
Whew.
So we need to.
You can get rid of the bless.
How?
Click the bottom middle button.
Oh,
The little circle.
cool. So what is this bridge looking like? It's a 15-foot gap.
Yeah, it's roughly a 15-foot gap, and it just seems to have been, it seems to have kind of caved in when some pit opened up beneath it as part of some haphazard seismic activity.
Looks
I can
like
feel
I'll
the
have.
rope. Sorry, Jerry, what was that?
I said, looks like I'll actually have to fly you all across because nobody can fly but me.
Can you fly though?
I can try again.
Can you make us fly?
No, but I'll just carry you.
Oh, okay.
Sure. I'm gonna take a rope out of my bag. And what is on the other side of the thing?
Seems to be two carts full of ore. Yeah, as you guys get a little closer, I'll reveal a little bit more to you of that side. You can see two carts full of that veritite ore, or at least stones that contain glints of amber,
I'm
yellow colored
doing Dungeons and Dragons
minerals.
with the guys.
And you see a number of additional bodies
What are
over
we
on
doing?
that side.
Okay.
I
I'm gonna tie one end of a
No.
rope to
So you've done nothing.
like part of the track over here that looks a little more
No.
secure towards the
Okay.
back.
Okay, Michael, I'm not going to sit here and take
Okay.
And
care
I'll hand it
of
to
you.
Jerry. And
Yeah.
I'll say, Jerry, do you want to try to tie the other end over there, just as a precaution while you
I
try to
can
fly
check
us over?
the email confirmation.
Okay. You're gonna have to carry my boots across, though.
I undo my boots.
Right. Right.
And I say, all right, everybody, you ready for
You're
this?
going to have nothing to
I'm gonna
drive.
fly again.
We're looking at probably.
How
what,
tall's
2
the
weeks?
ceiling?
How long have you had this
In this part,
It
over
was
the
on
fissure,
the
probably
8th
20
that the accident
up,
happened. I got it,
and then,
on,
you know,
no, that's not true. It happened on the
200 feet
first.
down or so.
So I got the truck on.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Monday
touch
the
the sky. This will prove that I can actually fly if I can
So
touch
tomorrow
the ceiling,
will be
right?
2 weeks.
Okay.
That I had it.
Okay. So you've got
Ready?
at most 2 weeks left of a contract.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna touch the sky.
So, and
I
what's
fly.
going on with the title?
Wind gushes from you, and
Get
you
that
are
title
able
done.
to
Right.
elevate into the air.
So what's going on?
And
with
then
that?
I touch the
I
ceiling
don't
and I
know.
say,
I'll
See,
go on again
Telperion, I told
tomorrow.
you I could fly. I knew I had it in
You have
me.
to get
That
figured
corn
out.
maze was just a fluke.
I can't do this for you.
I know.
Are you just
And-
are you just staying in one spot? Oh no, you're moving.
Yeah, no,
If you
now
have to
I
get a car to
kind of just like drift over, and then I come back down and I tie the rope.
Utilities.
To be clear, are
that
you
was
directionally
the
flying, or
toe.
do you need to give yourself some momentum by pushing off things around
I'm supposed to be getting.
No, I like move my legs.
I got the
there's
check
like
and I
steam coming out of my
deposited it, and
out
it's
of
supposed
the
to come through
my
tomorrow.
leg, like the cuffs of my legs. So I just like Superman.
You had tons of $50 here,
Is it
$50 there.
amazing?
Is it fast or slow?
It's pretty slow.
I'm guessing
Pretty
that's
slow.
money you owed Colin.
Yes.
And then I
But you
come
are
back down,
able. Yep, you're absolutely able to make it over to that side.
And then I'm sure
and I tie it, and then I fly back over, and I say, "All right, Talperian, jump in my arms.
I bought
carry
some
you
for the
across."
weekend on Friday.
Okay, if you don't have money, you can't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I really think I could try. Can I? I don't know how far characters can jump. I've never
Tomorrow
played a
I will
strong
get
character before.
175.
I
put
am
in my
not
bank account
very
from the
familiar with
check
that. I think you can, with a running start of 10 feet, I think you can jump your strength score horizontally. So you should be able to theoretically clear this with a strength of 16 and a gap of only 15.
Right.
However, some characters may not be able
But I
to
know
do
this
that.
isn't my problem.
Jerry, why don't you take them first, and I will be. I'm probably one of the heavier ones in my armor, so why don't you take one of these lighter ones first?
All right, Roulette, maybe you should go first. Come here, Roulette. Give Jerry a hug.
I like back up into Jerry. Just pick me up, and I'm holding out my mace because my mace is still kind of on fire. It's just like a dull glow, but it's definitely still lit.
That looks kind of dangerous.
I'll keep this away from you.
So you grab onto Jerry's form.
Okay.
And that's what you have to
Yeah, I'll grab on and like hold
Grab my legs.
Okay, as you grab onto Jerry, and Jerry, as you attempt to lift the two of you up, I have to ask this question. What do you both weigh, and what is the weight of your current inventories?
Right.
I weigh 185 pounds.
Okay.
Pretty soon.
My inventory weight,
At a minimum Saturday. And you can't expect Colin to take you to a
not much. Well, I don't really have anything on me because I left my pack on my horse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. Okay, so you're light. You're traveling light. We'll let you have your pack and gear on you.
I'm gonna say yes, just because I didn't say no. So I'm a solid 300 pounds across both of those things.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right.
You guys are
Bye.
successfully able to drift up and continue.
Like
It looks like Jerry's struggling a little bit to maintain the flight, but he's good.
Roulette's engineering brain is like, how is he doing this? This is a lot of thrust.
Thrust.
Yeah,
It's okay, Roulette. I got this. It's just been a while since I've flown.
Jerry, I am incredibly impressed. If only a little scared. And I will almost like let go early to like get off of you and onto the ground.
Noticeably, as he's carrying you over, which you're able to successfully shuffle Roulette over to the other side, hugging onto Jerry's form in just the vicinity of this air that is propelling him, it's a little bit uncomfortably warm.
Ooh, toasty.
Steamy.
Is the broken part of the rail 15 feet, or is it like?
It seems that the far end seems like the metal has retained its tensile strength enough to like it curled in on itself, but severed in the middle. The part closest to you looks like it's curled down, but does not contribute the other missing portion of metal. It is essentially a chunk of this probably fell down into the depths below.
Jump it.
I'm just trying to gauge. I want to make the jump, but I'm just trying to gauge like if like I have 16 strength, like am I gonna like land on broken stuff, or is it like
you're just evaluating, and you're a martially adept person, have had a lot of training in physical fitness. You kind of make a quick judgment of this gap, and you're like, if I push off well, I should be able to clear that. It's flirting with the boundaries of that's the farthest jump I can make, but I should be able to make that.
I'm going for it, but I will say, Jerry, get ready in case something goes wrong.
All right.
And I'll hover down not too far, like right next to the bridge, because I don't want to go too far down.
Yeah. My plan is also like I'm eyeing the rope that we tied on here as like catch, like reach for that if something goes wrong, and then I'll jump it. I'll run 10 feet. I'll run and then jump.
Just with the nature of this kind of scraggly, structurally not sound portion of stuff, I do want an athletics check to make sure you can make this jump.
I'm gonna have my head ready as like a stepping stone in case he needs to like.
I gotta do it in here.
You can have it ready.
12 plus 5, 17.
Yeah, you absolutely clear the gap. You maybe land a little precariously on the edge, but you absolutely successfully jumped that gap.
Okay, cool.
Maybe a stone or two may trickle off the edge of the thing and fall down to the depths below. But.
Wow, Telperion, you can fly as well.
In a way, not like you though. I don't remember. Then it's just Toby on the other side.
Telperion, make a perception check.
19.
When you landed firmly and stably, but you knocked loose like a tiny bit of pebbles or gravel that kind of trickled down to the below, and you're hearing like continued rock movement below you. And you're like, wait, I didn't knock over that much stone. That's all.
Let's move quickly out of this area.
Come here, Toby. Give me a hug.
I'll latch on.
All right, I fly him across.
You are able to do so. I think Toby's pretty much as light as roulette. And
yeah.
Toby, just for fun, what's your inventory weight?
Inventory weight is weight at the bottom. Wait.
I think it's at the very top. If you click on inventory, it's weight carried is like
there it is. 89.
Yeah, you're good.
Pounds.
You're good.
I have a lot of shit.
Yeah, roulette's carrying the most. Yeah. But perfect. You are able to shuffle Tobirama over.
Neat.
All right. I'm going to do a quick scan of this room.
Yep, go for it. Make a quick investigation check, just surveying the surroundings. And Jiri, I assume you're going over toward roulette.
Yep, I'm going to put my
13.
boots back on so I don't have to send Moby to get them.
What was
13.
it? 13. Well, before you pull roulette over, though, as you're going over there, Telperion gets a very quick glimpse of this surrounding area. 14 tells you these bodies were seemingly slashed apart, very similarly to the bodies you had seen over further to the left. And now that you've encountered these Quigoths, you figure it must have been those things with their large claws and stuff that raked these people clean through. One of these is noticeably the one in the middle has amber colored armor. It has its chest is seemingly caved in and its head is torn clean off. But it is so the armor is ruined, but definitely this guard seems to have been killed by whatever monstrosity that thing was. The other two seem to be minors, that similar fates. But
Shield, armor, or weapon. Like, what weapons did he have?
this one does have, once again, a usable spear with no shield.
I'll take the spear again.
Okay. Jiri, as you start to make your way back toward roulette, you hear, again, a shifting of stone. And then a sound you've heard so far earlier in this cave, a snarl.
You already got over.
I thought I was over first.
Yeah, he went over first. Toby was last.
Oh, Toby's last. You're absolutely right. Okay, so it's after all you guys. I guess I just didn't see roulette wasn't. I thought, okay, yeah. It was just the character wasn't moved, so I got confused. But.
Guys, this cavern sounds like it's hungry.
So all of you have made it over, but now you hear, again, shifting of stone and the snarl of a creature once again climbing up from this pit below. And you also notice, Telperion, just surveying this area, you notice that there is, so far, seemingly the only unexplored area of this cavern so far is there is a corridor over in this direction that continues a little bit further down.
Okay.
And then out of sight.
Toby,
We're ready to kill another one.
Does the snarling sound like the thing we just faced or killed?
It absolutely does sound like that.
Oh,
Toby.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, let's just leave it alone. Maybe it won't follow us if we just keep going forward.
Don't we just want to clear out as many of these as we can?
What if there's 10 of them?
That's one less we'd have to fight later. Are we trying to get down to where those other ones fell?
No, right now, no. We're gonna continue on down this path.
I don't know that we do have a way down, other than forward.
As you are conversing, you hear the scrape of claw on stone, just breaching the the edge of this pit. As another form.
Hold on. Well, I was gonna do something while Roulette and Topirion were arguing about that.
Okay.
Since once I brought Toby over, I was gonna say, Toby,
Let's drop this minecart on top of its head.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You are both welcome to try pushing that. You can each make a strength check, or one of you can make it with the other's help.
I'll help Jiri out with this.
Ah!
okay.
You guys called me over.
Okay, so Jiri, make the roll with advantage.
I'll shout, help us with your mind, Telperion, as we're pushing.
And I'm gonna give this thing a strength roll as well, I think. Or maybe I'll give it a dex check, but let's
What
see.
am I rolling? Athletics or strength?
Yeah, roll either athletics or strength with advantage from Toby.
I will try to push it a little, but not the most force.
Yeah.
I also have a -1.
Give it a solid heave, and Toby Rama is maybe not contributing that much force. He's more there for moral support.
Oh, here you go.
Give it a big heave, and it budges and it scrapes, and it moves about an inch. It is very heavy with this ball of ore on it. And you suspect it probably took more 2 or 3 or maybe even more people to push each cart down the path. But you do grind and make it, it moves very slightly before this creature's claw comes up into view as it grabs onto the ledge. And as it pulls its way up, I would like everyone once again to roll initiative.
Toby, we need to work out more.
You're not wrong.
Jesus. Oh, wait, I get to reroll ones. I'm a halfling.
Probably be hard to give that up after being halfling.
Not really. It happens so infrequently.
Mm.
And really, like, rolling a 1 is no different than rolling a 2.
Yeah, but it's a reroll.
All right.
Worst option out of the equation.
What have we got here? That's the one up there.
Ooh. Ooh. This
That.
damaging stuff inside.
All righty. As this thing crests the edge, and definitely does not surprise you guys, you heard it make its approach, but it looks a little more emaciated than the other two, and definitely hungry, and is gonna try and run at you guys. Toby Ramana, your turn.
As a note, I have taken off my shield and I've got my bow out.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, I should clarify. This thing is peeking up right here, so you successfully were able to run away without it leaving its grasp. Yeah.
And I will take a short bow attack.
You are welcome to do so. Roll it.
Action attack.
Oh,
No!
I'm rusty.
That was with your bow.
Yeah.
Nothing wasted.
Yep, you roll your bow. Do me a favor and roll a d10. Or I'm sorry, a d20. This is called a basic save.
Chaos. Chaos.
I rolled an 8.
Your arrow, you're not exactly in the line of view, but your arrow misses the creature, but it comes dangerously close to Jiri's throat, who is just barely out of line of sight with this guy.
Noted.
You shot a little close to your friend, but
Noted.
but otherwise, your shot does miss. So
That's my turn.
Isn't that the second projectile that's almost hit Jiri tonight?
Gallus almost hit me with a hand axe.
Oh,
or
no.
like, not almost, but it got close.
You're just passing it on.
Yep. All right. It is the Quagod's turn. Seeing you run from it, It maybe even tried to take a swipe at you, but now that you're out of its reach, it's just going to pull itself up and lunge at the closest thing to it, which in this case is Jiri.
Mhm.
And it will take a strike, 2 claw attacks at you. Natural 1. So how do you
ones in this round have already been? We got 3 ones already.
So how do you dodge this first one?
I'm just gonna jump backwards, and it's gonna like, woof,
Yep, perfect. Then with its second attack, it's gonna like make a half step toward you and reach with its elongated arms and make its second attack. Wow, these things roll terribly.
Jiri is just too nimble.
Yeah.
I feel like Jiri lifts his leg up and like just blows himself backwards.
Yeah. Perfect. All right, that is its turn. So Darian.
I am going to get my greatsword out, rush over here. I am gonna try with my bonus action to force it 5 feet back.
Okay.
It's gotta be a 12. Oh,
It misses, so it does get moved 5 feet back from you.
I'm gonna move forward with it so it can't come forward, and now I'm gonna slash with my greatsword.
Go for it.
Push in. 14.
Does hit. Roll damage.
I should have done the show. I mean, I think strength is really strong, so it's probably gonna be, might have been wasted. I rolled a 6 and a 2. I'm re-rolling the 2. I got another 2, so 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. I go for its knees or its quads.
Okay. Definitely make a gouge on one of its legs, and it takes a big hit.
Oh, that's my turn.
Perfect. Jiri.
All right, I'm just gonna back up from this thing and chuck a rock at it.
Deal.
Sorry, I'm in my backpack now. There we go.
I said the opposite job.
Absolutely hits.
8 damage.
8 damage. Where do you aim at this guy?
At his eyeball.
Yes.
Deal. One of his behind his knee gets sliced. He almost goes down to a knee. The other one hits him in the eye. He is very irritated, being attacked from multiple angles.
And I'm gonna like wave at him and be like, "Come here, Mr. Wolf."
He definitely recognizes speech toward him. He doesn't understand it seemingly, but he takes it as a taunt.
Control? No, you use the right click. It's like you.
Is that your turn, Jiri?
Yep, that's it.
And then you just right click everywhere.
All right. As you guys are focused on that creature, you hear muttering in a similar language. It still sounds like a deep snarling voice, but definitely forming words. And you actually notice the words are aligned in a way that represents some kind of incantation. As something out of your view casts a spell, seemingly, you notice a spell incantation, and then you whip your head around, and 3 large Quagoth creatures walk into view. I should have moved them after I made them available. There.
Oh, jeez.
Or I'm sorry, not 3, but 4 Quagoth creatures stalk toward you, walking. They're all very close in proximity, but very clearly, and it's weird because they're taking very identical, their gait is identical. Every part of their movement is reflected in every other one of them, but there are 4 creatures now walking toward you. And that's their turn. Roulette.
Thanks, I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it. Not so subtly just moving away from the pack of Quagoths towards the weak one that just climbed up. I'm going to take a swing at this one over by the edge.
You are welcome to do so.
19?
You strike true. Roll it. 5 bludgeoning and 5 fire.
Yep.
Wow.
Beautiful. Got it. That one's looking pretty bad. It's been very damaged over the course of just a couple hits. It's definitely showing wear and lots of blood. So
Second attack.
no.
I can't wait to get to that.
All right. No bonus or anything?
No.
Okay. Toby.
Yes. That's a range, so let's do it.
Concentration check.
What?
From me?
Did he get hit? I don't think anyone that's been concentrating got hit yet.
Oh, I was trying to psych you out and see if the creature was concentrating.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna get near to my comrades, and I'm gonna. Oh, how does this?
Can't wait
look?
for whatever. Spell it quick.
I shout out at the damaged one, Efgridurza, and I cast Toll the Dead on it. It has to make a Wisdom 13 save.
Yes, it does.
Or take a D12 because it has been injured.
It has been.
Dang it.
It
Nothing
when
happens.
it's in pain, you like record it with negative energy, but then it just like bares its teeth at you and pushes past the sensation.
Was your wisdom modifier +4?
+3.
Why is it a 13?
That makes sense. 8 + 5. Proficiency at +2, wisdom of +3.
Oh, my intelligence is at +3. Never mind.
Okay, that's my turn.
Perfect. That creature that you all have been swinging at or attacking, and it is looking very damaged, is going to take 1 claw attack first at Telperion, who's standing right in front of him.
Bring it.
21 to hit.
That is.
You brought it.
It goes for your throat. It slashes, and then its hand stays there as it uses its second attack to attempt to grapple you. So you're going to take 6 slashing damage for the first attack.
Took it.
And then you can make an athletics or acrobatics check to avoid its grapple attempt.
Athletics. Oh, God, I rolled a 3.
It only rolled an 11. So what was your total? Probably
8.
still. Okay. So it still is able to, it grabbed you in the throat, piercing into your flesh, and it's going to attempt to pull you down with it. So it's going to use all of its movement, and it will incur an opportunity attack from roulette, but it's going to move back and start dragging you down 15 feet into the pit.
You wanted to go down there.
Roulette, you can take an attack of opportunity if you want.
I'm going to swing.
Okay.
20.
You absolutely hit. Very nicely done. Let's see how much damage you do. I guess.
10.
You hit it very hard. The flames definitely singe at some of its fur, and it rears in pain, but it continues down the pit. Very close to seemingly, it barely holding its form together, but it is continuing to climb down. And that is its turn. Telperion. You are now in this thing's grasp, dangling, essentially. So you don't have any firm purchase with your feet, but you are still holding your weapon, and you're not technically considered restrained, just grappled.
What can I do?
Most things you can do, your just speed is 0.
If I killed it with a weapon attack, I mean, if I'm restrained, can I attack, or is it attack at disadvantage?
That would be restrained condition. This is only grappled condition, which only reduces your speed to 0. So you still have 2 hands on your sword. You can attack it. You can do anything other than move.
Okay, so to be clear, where am I? I'm dangling.
You're probably 10 feet down the ledge. So the ledge of this thing is 10 feet above you now. This thing's moving fairly quickly.
Okay. I will swing at it.
You are welcome to do so. Just know that if you kill it, you're going down with it, essentially.
That's what I'm. Okay, so if I want
onto something, yeah.
It's, so if I break the grapple, I can then grab the wall.
I would say yes. As your attempt to break the grapple, that athletics check to try and break out of that would essentially be trying to grab parts of the wall and force yourself out of its grasp.
And I have movement again.
Yes.
That'd be out. Okay, well then I'm gonna try to break out of the grapple.
Okay, so contested athletics check. And I think you can use acro, but I don't think you would.
God damn it!
What'd you roll? It rolled a one.
Ones.
I'm gonna have it be a re-roll, not going off the modifiers for 2 nat ones. So
Okay.
re-roll it.
I can't believe it! I rolled a fucking 3 again. Your die is done for the night.
So you try and struggle and break its grasp on you, but it is firmly clutching your throat and is able to continue on its next turn further down. Any bonus action or anything?
I guess I'll bonus action to second wind.
Oh, that's a good call. So what is most people don't probably see this because they're off screen.
Oh yeah, and it's also
what is second wind for you? Are you just steadying your breath?
Mind palace.
Yeah, my palace. I do close while in this. I've just failed to break out of the thing's grasp, and then I close my eyes for a second, and I do take a breath, and a pulse of move the thing's fur ripples, and my hair blows back for a second, and some psionic energy emanates from me, and I heal 5.
Perfect.
And I will say, everyone, I'm going down. I'll see you in a bit. And that's my turn.
Perfect. Jiri.
All right, I'm gonna. Hopefully he's close enough to do this, but I'm gonna run over to Telperion and try to grab his hand or
He's a little too far down. He's 10 feet down or so definitely out of reach of a.
Never mind. Oh boy, there's 4 of them right over here.
Yes, there's 4 of them, very simultaneously moving in the same way and occupying they're shoulder to shoulder.
Oh boy, guys. I don't know if we can take all 4 of them. Maybe we should jump back across.
I kind of agree with that, but I kind of want to make sure Telperion doesn't fall and die. But I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna run over to the edge here and use my action to shoot a rock at the monster that's holding Telperion just to damage it a little bit.
Okay. From this angle, I'm going to say you don't have advantage because it's holding Telperion and it may be obscuring. So just normal roll.
Okay.
It does hit the creature. How much damage?
Eight damage.
You hit this thing in the back of the head, and it starts to fall, and it tries to it's losing consciousness and starts to plummet to the ground, but with minor consciousness. It tries to scratch at the wall, and it slows your pace, but seemingly almost having killed that monster, it has now dropped a couple dozen feet. So it is further down the pit and is actually now going to be obscured by darkness, but you do not hear a thud in the bottom.
I'm trying to grab on too.
I'm gonna undo the rope and try to swing it and throw it towards the direction that they were falling, because we had tied a rope across here.
You absolutely did. That rope that was bridging the gap, depending on its how much looping went on, was spanning a 15-foot gap, and they're now falling 100 feet down or so, but slowing their pace enough that you don't hear a thud.
I just kick it. I just kick whatever it's attached to try to knock it off the edge of it.
Perfect. You are able to do so, and it flops down into darkness.
So if it used one hand to try to slow itself down, I'm going to try to use one hand to slow myself down with it too.
Okay. Yeah, and it's still got you in its grasp, so you're not free falling, but you're absolutely able to go ahead and use your reaction essentially to make a strength or dex save. And we'll see if you're able to make purchase with the wall.
I keep rolling so bad. 10.
I would say you're not able to separate yourself from the creature by grabbing a portion of wall, and so you're essentially still with it, but you have both been scraping the wall and maybe even bloodying your fingers a little bit, and you guys have slowed your pace, so you're not free falling any longer, but you are in the middle of darkness. You have dark vision, so you can see 60 feet up, and you can see bits of sources of light from above the ledge, but you're pretty far down now. And with 60 feet down, you can see something that might be a hint of armor or some kind of metal below.
Okay.
Otherwise, Jiri, is that your turn?
Yep.
Perfect.
That was helpful.
So now, this creature, 4 of them simultaneously run up to Tobirama and try and attack the nearest thing to them with their multi-attack.
Imagine.
18 to hit, and then its second attack of 18 to hit. So you're going to take 13 total damage. As it gouges part of your armor, and it maybe scratches across some of your purple robe and like barely scrapes through some of the chainmail underneath, or the chain shirt underneath. But it does some serious damage to you. And it's a very odd and terrifying sensation that 4 of these claws just came up at once, and then another claw, and they all did the same exact motion.
Is there any sense of, my head goes towards, this is an illusion and only one of them actually hit me? Like,
you only felt 1 blow from each strike when seemingly all of these claws just raked through you.
Okay. Fun.
But it is Roulette's turn.
Jiri, did you get Tilperi?
No, I made it worse.
I guess we're going down. Oh God, Toby looks fucked up.
Both of you can jump on me and I'll be puffy and you can ride me down.
I feel like Toby should jump on you. Fuck. What
is Jiri currently puffy?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I am going to Toby, you gotta slip away and get over here. I'm gonna back up towards the ledge. And I'm gonna hurl a firebolt at the thing that's attacking Toby.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. And I will roll something as well. I don't know if my
14.
Oh, I rolled a 5. You smack one of these creatures and it hits the center of its form, and it recoils in pain. So
do they all recoil in pain?
They all recoil in pain in the same exact way when only the center one's form was hit. A little measly 2 damage, but it does take damage.
Rude.
Really impressive. Gnarly, flickering flames whip around the creature and deal 2 points of damage.
So I'm gonna start climbing down. Jiri, you can't hold both of us. I'm gonna start climbing down.
Do you go your whole climbing speed down?
Yes. Yeah. I just I inch over and I just start going down. Jiri, get Toby and let's go.
So very dexterously, Roulette is able to swing herself over the ledge and rapidly starts climbing down. And I think you can get as far as 25 feet down.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, Toby.
You
saw this monstrous group of 4 identical creatures just recoiling in pain at being damaged.
Sure did. Smack myself across the face. bright purple fading to dull gray glow. I get 2 hit points.
Okay.
Oh no, that was dumb. Shit. Oh, I did it though.
You can pull it back. That's okay.
Okay. Let me put those back. I'm gonna take the disengage action.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna. Oh, he goes before them. Okay, yeah. So I'm like in the space with Jiri. Like, I'm ready when you are. Let's go. And that's my turn. Ready to react and fall with him if that's the plan.
Yep. Perfect. Did you do anything with your bonus action? Did I miss that?
I don't have anything to do with my bonus action.
Okay.
Correct. I don't.
Got it. All right. The creature holding Telperion descends. I'm just going to kind of put them out in the middle. Descends another 30 feet with Telperion in its grasp. And Telperion, as you're getting lower, now you can very clearly see roughly 40 to 50 feet below you, ground. Kind of the end of where this fissure occurred seems to be there, and you see a number of armored bodies.
Okay.
And noticeably, only 2 glass guard. Balan had mentioned only 2 or 3 glass guard went in. So to see a number of armored bodies is definitely odd.
Okay. My turn?
Yep, absolutely.
I'm gonna try to break the grapple again. Oh wait.
Okay.
Yeah, try to break the grapple, I guess.
Deal.
Contested athletics then?
Yep. It rolled really poorly.
Nat 20.
And it rolled a 2. So you're able to, you finally, after all this time, your fingers scraping on stone and maybe even getting bloody or raw, you finally find a good purchase, and it's climbing downward at such a
Pound at my fucking elbow.
Yeah, you do so, and it releases you, and you are now dangling from a rock, a very sturdy purchase.
I'm still like, in my mind, I'm like, it's here, and I'm still kind of like right under it, right? Because I haven't moved.
Yeah. I will say it's probably 10 feet lower than you as it was climbing down quickly and you got away from it. So you've just got yourself actually some separation.
Okay. Do I see the rope?
Looking upward, you don't immediately see the rope.
Okay. What's my situation? Like, I'm clinging to a wall. What can I do?
You're essentially holding a wall with one hand that you've kind of grasped onto a firm foothold or handhold, and you're holding your greatsword in your other hand and just dangling more than halfway down this fissure ravine.
Okay. I'm going to crawl lower.
Okay. Climbing speed for normally is half movement, so you have a movement.
I want to use my free interaction to sheathe my sword.
Okay.
And then I want to crawl lower, and I want to get under it.
Okay.
And then I want to go like this, and I want to try to push it away from my back.
You are welcome to do that.
So it has to make a strength save while it's dangling from this wall. Maybe it has disadvantage.
Yeah.
Finally.
You push it off. This thing was so damaged, barely clinging to life, and it grabbed you as hopefully, one consolation of prey. And as you push off it, it falls the remaining 40, 50 feet, which is a dangerous fall, but maybe something of this size and durability can can hold itself together. It falls with an impact and makes no sound.
Oh God, I heard a thud. I hope he's okay.
It doesn't cry out. But I hear it thud.
Yes, you hear a very loud thud onto armor, and you even hear a piercing sound, but it does not cry out in pain.
On a sword.
Okay, cool. I will call up. I'm gonna call up in Elvish this time and say, if I can, I'm fine and it's dead, but you can come down safely if you want. That's my turn. I guess I'll just move down another 5 feet because I'm.
Sure. You are now at this point you are roughly, 15 feet above firm ground. So
Yeah.
even if you were to fall at this point, you're going to be okay.
Well, because I moved down 10 and if my speed is climbed, I have 5 more movement. So I'll just move down 5.
Yep.
That's my turn.
Jiri.
Toby, looks like we're rolling. Pick a good spot. I'll grab you.
All right, go like this so he can wrap around me.
And then because Roulette had sewed up my clothing before this, it's no longer scratched, so it can hold air once again. So I pull my neck string tight. I get puffy, and I do like a spider hug with both my arms and my legs around Toby, and I throw my coat around him as well. And then I said, "Did you pick a good spot?"
I think so.
Okay, guide me.
All right. Okay.
Jump!
And then I'm gonna roll.
Jump!
Toby's like, go, 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 go,
And
go.
I'm gonna roll sideways, so that I'm rolling down the side of it.
Okay. Interesting. Are you okay? Is any air gushing out of you right now?
No, I cinched my neck. So
Okay.
puffy.
Okay. All right. If you guys are aiming for a spot, but you're rolling into the ravine, right?
Yeah, well, what I meant was pick a good spot on the ravine, because he's pretty, he's got the eyes, right? He's very observant. So I was hoping he'd pick one that's kind of not so much a straight fall, but maybe has some slope to it, so that we can kind of roll down.
Go
Okay.
that way.
Both of you makes you're kind of one object for momentum right now, but both of you make dex checks for me.
I thought Jerry was going to fly.
Okay.
I think he's airbagging.
I can't fly again.
Did you use the rope?
20 total.
Toby rolls very well. Jiri.
It's terrifying.
21.
You both roll really, really well. You're able to find a spot. You're still essentially free falling. These cliffs are fairly sheer, but you're definitely bouncing off, and and you're also close enough to the rope that maybe even Toby was able to grab the rope and slow your fall, but you are not on solid ground.
Right. I'm just hoping to take more of the damage than Toby, to protect him.
Understood. Got it.
I feel like I'm started climbing down, and I was like, they're fine. Jerry's gonna fly and float the two of them down.
Are you just flying?
Yes.
This creature, is that your turn, Jerry?
Yep.
Okay, you're currently midair-ish. This creature, having seen you guys, the one he just damaged severely, he wants that one for his prey. All 4 of these figures rush down and leap off the cliff and go into free fall. And as it passes you, it tries to rake its claws on you. It's only going to get 1 attack rather than its multi-attack. But it's
Wait,
going to attack you.
On me?
No, me.
On the
You guys
floating,
were level 2.
on the floating form of Jiri.
Oh,
It misses. So as it's falling, it timed its trajectory poorly, and it rakes its claw, but it misses. And then it plummets to the ground, and 30 feet before it hits the ground, it thrusts its hand down toward the ground with its reaction, using its reaction on its turn to cast Featherfall.
oh.
And it slows its time down. So this thing seems to have some sort of arcane capability and slows its form down as its momentum slowly settles on the ground next to the form of the dead one down below. So this thing has just hurled itself downward to the ravine safely. And that's its turn.
In space movies with Martian landers where the balloons inflate and the thing just bounces.
That is
That's what I'm picturing.
Yeah, very much.
I having seen 2.5 large figures, 6.5 large figures fly by me. I am going to continue climbing down, full action dash to downward climb.
You're able to get a very solid 60 feet down, and you are able to now, even in darkness, see the bottom coming up before you. So you're probably 50 feet above the bottom right now.
How did you do that?
How far am I from the bottom?
Roughly 50 feet. You've made it quickly down.
Okay.
You still got a little bit to go, but you're 50 feet downward.
So the big four guys are at the floor.
Yes.
Maybe
you're 6. You're probably a little higher than that. You're probably more like 80 feet.
And then the Jirirama combo is like just still bouncing towards the ground.
Yes. You are somehow like, detaching from the thing and like Aloy style climbing down and grasping. You're kind of keeping pace with them, how fast you're climbing.
Okay. That's my turn. I can't do it.
You do have a bonus action if anything's of use.
I don't have any bonus actiony things to do.
Yeah. That's its turn. And your turn. Toby, you are hurling toward the ground, clutching the form of Jiri.
Yeah.
You're getting banged up a little bit on the way, but there's a good chance this cushiony fellow you're grasping onto could cushion the blow a little bit.
So
I have a question.
Yeah, you go first.
What did we do with that rope? Did we leave it tied together, or didn't we untie one? You untied one end of it in case I fell.
It's hanging from.
It is hanging from the top, 50 feet down, and you guys are like 180 feet down. Or the creature's 180 feet down at the bottom.
So wait, it was 180 feet? I thought it was 60 feet.
No, it is fucking far down. You guys, it was a 5-second drop to hear stuff fall down there.
Which is one round.
60.
Yeah. It's a long drop. You're slowing your pace significantly with your form right now, so
you guys have the illumination stones on you?
We need a backup plan. Yes.
Backup plan. So just remind me, how does the outright death mechanic work?
If your max hit points are 16 and something of any nature hits you, so it would knock you down to -17, you're dead instantly.
So if I'm at, let's just pick a random number, like 4, and my max is 17.
Something would need to do 21 damage to you to outright kill you.
22 because my max is 17.
Okay. Yeah.
22 outright. It's a D. Oh, how many Ds? Oh, I don't know this, but
I feel like you should. Let's not speculate.
Yeah.
I give myself the pat on the cheek and I heal 2 points.
Okay. Anything with the bonus at all?
Scream.
As you all hurl into darkness, some who can see, some who cannot. Perfect. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Telperion, it is your turn. You are on the wall, 15 feet above ground. The monster, 4 simultaneous monsters have just hit the ground, and you look up and can see the plummeting form of Jiri and Toby right now.
This is so stupid. I just want to pause really quick. I'm writing I write down scenes that I picture would be really good drawn. The one line I had is Jiri in flight plus roulette plus Toby, for the going across the bridge. Then I wrote Jiri in free fall plus Toby.
I'm going to telekinetically shove them 5 feet towards the wall.
Towards the rope?
Okay. Are you still holding onto the wall at this moment?
I just
want a situational understanding.
Yeah, well, I need to know is where we are in relation to what.
You're on the wall. Creatures 20 feet away. They're coming down fast.
I'm disregarding the creature. I can push things 5 feet away from me or toward me. I want them to get a chance to grab the wall. So I'm going to do what I can to the nearest wall versus where I need to move to do the push or pull to get them towards the wall. Yep. That's what I want to do.
Roll a flat intelligence check.
Yes, Michael.
As you try to do this, trying to push yourself You're not that well aware of what your abilities can do, and in this moment you're trying to summon as much potential within yourself. Go ahead and roll. This is essentially a spellcast ability modifier, but you do not get your proficiency, so this is just an intelligence check.
I'm also yes, I will do that in a second. I will be using my bonus action generally for the 5 flat, and they would have to make a strength save, which they can fail. And also
they're not going to be making this.
Yeah. I will also then use my action to use my telekinesis to I have 10 feet of pressure, so I'll just be like compounding that. So it's just, I'm using both together if I can, or in sequence to guide them towards a surface.
Yep, deal. Roll your intelligence, because this may affect the degree of what happens.
What if I just don't? I got it going.
Roll
4 plus 6.
Okay, so 6. So your bonus action shove, you just get to do this. You do push them toward the wall, and for your action, channeling all of your action into trying to lift and slow their fall, you slow them briefly before they start to fall again. In that brief moment, Jiri and Tobirama, you guys can attempt to make, I think I'm gonna, strength or dex check to try and grab a nearby wall. But
can we do that? Wait,
this is using your bonus action and action to channel all of your telekinetic ability into this.
So I was thinking, I was just curious. On Jiri's turn, he grabbed me, he did his thing, and then we went towards a correct way, the better way, it seems.
He's angling you away from him, and it's at his angle, vector physics wise, he's both slowing your descent a little bit and pushing you closer to a wall.
Okay.
And additionally giving you an additional level of buoyancy for a moment.
Sure. That was still theoretically like 6 seconds of falling, though, right?
This is all in a moment. He's doing this. His turn encapsulates 6 seconds, but he's doing this all in one surge of power. So you absolutely both get strength or dex check as you just do it.
And then I'm gonna do my dex check here.
It's really good, Jiri. Oh,
it's cocked on my screen. That's cocked on my screen.
It's cocked on my screen. You can reroll it.
Wait,
that is weird.
No, it's 4 and 14 are together there.
Yep. That's pretty good. With both of you, Telperion, as you do this, you push them up toward the wall. You slow their descent very briefly. Tobirama, you are able to grasp the side and hold on if you wish to. You find a purchase handhold where you can grip roughly 40 feet up. Jiri, you do not grip a handhold, and Tobirama, you may need to let go of Jiri if you want to hang on to that. Mm-hmm. But Jiri, as you continue to fall, you are still able to dexterously slow your descent. And with Telperion's aid, you are going to fall and your momentum stops, and then you fall additionally, which is essentially refreshing your fall height. And I'm going to have you fall 30 feet for 3d6 damage, halved because of your puffy form. So this is gonna it's gonna hurt you, but you're gonna be on the ground, not splat.
So I'm letting go of Jiri and grabbing the wall. You said I'm 40 feet up.
Whoa, Tobirama, you are 40 feet up, holding the wall.
So
Jiri, you are on the ground, and you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit pretty hard, but the cushion really helps. And Telperion, you have successfully not fully caught these people midair, but you maybe even impressed with yourself that you were able to slow these people's descent enough that otherwise would have been a lethal fall.
So I see the floor.
Yes, you are able to. Yes, very, very.
I have dark vision.
Yes, very. Oh, I guess that's out to 60 feet. So yes, you're able to see the floor.
I'm gonna gust right before I get to the ground, just to try to slap me a little bit, just to add to the flavor of not getting splattered.
Flavor-wise, yes, for sure. But now you are on the ground. Telperion, seemingly a successful venture of prowess there.
Go with my movement.
Barely. Yes. So that was, you absolutely have movement. Sure.
This is. I crawled down, feeling like the coolest I've ever felt in 174 years. Like
I was gonna die if we stayed up there. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So we had to get drastic.
Yeah, that was amazing. I will go to the bottom of I'll crawl out the remaining 15 feet, and I will take out my sword with my interaction. Then I'm done.
Yeah, the creature regards you as its prime target right in front of you. Jiri, you are prone on the ground behind Telperion. Telperion is in between you and the creature. But you took a bit of a fall, but you're surprisingly okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume all my puffiness is gone because I feel like I deserve
Yes.
the puffiness to be gone. So I will get up. I'll be a little dizzy probably from spinning. And I'm going to try to right myself. And so this thing is fighting Telperion, correct?
It's about to lunge at Telperion, seemingly. It's starting to get in a haunched pounce position.
All right, I'm just going to run over to try to help Telperion. I'm going to try to get behind it and punch it in the back of the head.
Okay, this is now, I don't have a bottom of the pit map. So,
Why don't we just use
Can we just use the right-hand area?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can, or we can. The ravine is like fairly shallow, so I'm just gonna like set us up here in a way that we would be situated. So, Jiri, you really fell here. We're all really like this in the near the bottom or clinging to walls. So, and it is kind of in a pinch spot. So, Jiri, you may have a hard time getting behind it, but you're able to get up and run toward it for sure.
Okay. Sorry, I thought I was in a different spot. So I'm just going to run up beside Telperion and just try to help him fight this thing.
Yeah. Anything specific with your action? Are you punching it?
Yeah, I'm just going to punch it
twice.
Lefty and a righty.
That absolutely hits. I got to do a thing real quick. You punch the true form of this creature. You're not sure in a moment of which one to strike at, so you just go for the middle one, and it makes impact, and it damages the creature for how much damage?
4 damage, and then I'm going to try to punch it again, 23.
Okay.
For 3 damage.
You think your strike would go true, but you punch, and the form of this thing just dissipates into mist. And is seemingly you have somehow dispelled an illusory form of this creature, but it does not find purchase. Your fix does not impact anything.
But there's one less of them. There's only 3 now.
Correct.
That's all I got.
Okay, it is the creature's turn. This creature is going to. You just rushed it and punched it, but it's still got Telperion in its sight, and it's going to reach out and mutter an incantation, seeing your sword in your hand as it casts Heat Metal.
Oh no!
Your sword glows brightly hot in your hands, and you almost like are you're tempted to drop it. So I think I forget exactly if you're holding it. You must succeed on a con save or drop it. You can also choose to drop it, I think, for free.
Because then you don't take damage, I think.
So it heats up in your hand. You now have to make a split-second decision. Am I still holding on to this, or do I drop it?
I guess I'll drop it.
Okay. You're able to drop it, and your sword falls to the floor and takes on a soft orange hue as the metal is severely heating up. And then it just kind of squats down in a position ready to fight. But that is its turn. Roulette, your turn.
I'm 60 feet up still.
Yeah, it's probably a little higher than that, but with some expert climbing and disengaging and like rappelling down and like rock climber style, with a dash, you may be able to get to the bottom.
Okay, I am not going to dash.
Okay.
I'm gonna like do like a 30 feet angled towards where they are, so just getting slightly closer. And from Pythagorean like 30, 50 feet out, I am going to hold on with one hand onto the wall and just snap a firebolt towards the big blue thing.
Yep. As you're crawling down, they all absolutely come into view. You all now are in view of the dead creature, which did fall on a sword that impaled through its chest. And then you're seeing this now fight about to take place between members of your party and this thing. Noticeably, there's one less of them now. And so you can absolutely roll.
18.
Let's see if it hits it. You strike so true. You aim this firebolt perfectly, and it goes right through and hits the ground beneath it, dispelling another illusory form of this creature. So now there are only 2. Which may frustrate you that you were sure that aim was true, but
yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. Toby Rama.
So if I dash, I should be able to climb 30 feet.
Correct.
And I'm about 40 feet up.
Correct.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so now you're like 10 feet above the ground, and if you chose to, you could choose to let go of the wall and succeed on a dex check and land with no damage, potentially.
I will not do that. That's my turn.
Okay. No bonus action, anything?
No. If I had 7 hit points, I would, because I know that I would take 6 at max, but I have 6, so that's a chance.
Okay, got it. That's your turn. You are very close to the bottom now. Yeah. Telperion, your turn.
Can I get to the other side of this thing?
You can try and muscle your way past it, but it is essentially obstructing whatever's behind it. Not necessarily on purpose, but the walls of the ravine definitely do pinch in.
That's fine. I'll just stand over here. Yeah. And I am going to take the spear I picked up, and I'm going to jab straight into the center of this thing.
Roll it.
With 2 hands.
Okay.
17 plus 5.
7, yeah,
20,
10 now.
22 to hit.
Yes, you absolutely hit, and you're again not sure which one of these 2 creatures to hit, and you just go for one, and it does pierce its form.
7 plus 1, 2, 3. 10 damage.
What do you roll D8 for?
It howls.
Because a spear in 2 hands is a D8.
D8, yes.
Yeah, because my sword's too hot.
Yep. So you do pierce its form, and it howls in pain, and you get it in a fairly vital spot. It looks like it's going partially through its chest, and it is looking very poor right now.
I'm gonna
like he's like socioeconomically poor.
Where's my gold?
You know what? I'm gonna say that I'm too psychically exhausted right now to push or pull it, and I'm just gonna end there.
Okay. Beautiful. Jiri.
Alrighty. I'm just going to punch it.
All right.
Ooh, big old one.
You go for one of the forms and you can't tell which one, and you swing, and both forms recoil and dodge the attack. Second one does strike true.
6 damage.
Steve, I'm already forgetting about my Ring of Healer's heroism.
Oh no!
Oh, that's fine. You've healed since then, so you can take 3 temp.
I hit myself for that, so I have 3 temp right now. But
yeah, early. I lied. You don't. You have to heal another creature for that benefit.
You're very right, aren't you?
He healed me earlier.
Yeah, but by now.
Okay, wait. No, did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, he did pump someone with a cure wound. Temp hit points last, so just give yourself 3 temps right now. Jiri, you strike this thing and it like doubles over in pain. You just got clearly a weak point of its stomach, but it is still holding itself together. Is that your turn?
That's it.
This thing, similarly to how you've seen a previous creature go into this rage, this thing just starts to foam at the mouth. He just gets so rabid and angry as it goes into a wounded fury, and is going to take a claw strike at each of you at advantage. So Jiri, this one is at Jiri first for 24 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so you take 5 slashing damage.
Where does he slash me?
Just across the chest. As soon as you punched him in the side, he just raked across your stomach, really. And then the other one, his other claw at Telperion. 21 to hit. Okay, so he does 8 points of slashing damage as he catches part of your neck that was already injured. And although he doesn't dig in that deep, it just is extra painful from that wound having been recent and fresh and tender. So that is his turn, and he is just looking desperate to eat. Roulette, your turn.
I'm gonna climb down the remaining 30 feet, so I'm at ground level.
Yes, absolutely. You're at ground level. It takes you, your main movement to get
That's
there.
my movement. And I'm just gonna snap one more time at him, do another firebolt.
Nice.
22.
Unfortunately, its final mirror image is dispelled by your attack, and it does not find purchase on the creature itself, but it does dispel that final illusion.
It's fine. That illusion takes 2 damage.
Yep, it sure does, and it dissipates into nothingness.
That's the goal of firebolt.
Yep.
Fair.
Kobe Rama, you are 10 feet above the ground, and
Climb
this
down.
thing is looking terrible.
Climb down, hit the ground, turn on, just fuck you, and I'll toll the dead.
All right, that's a whiz save from it.
Yeah, 13 save.
It has a +1 modifier. Let's see.
Damn.
You can tell it winces in pain, but it uses every bit, and it even goes down to one knee and uses every bit of willpower it has to get back up, and it is barely alive.
I just sit down with my back against the wall, and that's my turn.
Telperion,
Kobe, I'll come for you. Don't worry.
your turn. No more illusory forms, but your sword's still hot behind you, but you have a good, well-usable spear. Stab it. Attack it.
19 plus 5.
Let me see.
24 to hit.
Okay, I was just checking if you had advantage because of its wounded for you, but you do not. So 24 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
You hit. How much damage?
Rolled a 2 and I'm re-rolling that.
Okay. Yep, because you're wielding with 2 hands.
4, 5, 6, 7 damage.
How do you kill it?
Right in the fucking jugular.
Perfect. You stabbed it in the heart. People have gotten bits of damage on this creature, and then you just, as it rights itself from Toby Rama's spell, trying to resist that, as soon as it looks up, you just jab it through its thing, and its eyes go wide, and then it slumps. And you have a hard time even keeping the form of it up as it slumps to the ground.
I'll just drop the spear.
Okay. And you guys have successfully made it through this much more stressful combat than I anticipated.
Okay, did I kill 4 of those
We
things?
can end there, or we can rush through the conclusion of this dungeon, if you will, if you want. It's your call on a timing basis. But you have successfully cleared this cave of all bad inhabitants.
We're in no hurry.
It's completely cloudy outside, so I don't even know if we're gonna end up being able to go.
Okay. I'm
Well, I got
happy to.
I very strongly want to go a little further just because.
Okay, let me yell at my dog real quick who got on the couch. Who's
Valkyrian is bloodthirsty.
I'm pretty sated. I gotta kill it.
You have wounded Fury right now.
Killed 4 of those things.
I know you did. I killed 3 illusions.
1 I pushed off the wall. 1 was the spear point. 1 was Jiri and I tag teaming it.
Oh, the punching.
And then 1 was the crescent in the back of its neck.
I really thought it was only 60 feet, so I was like, "Oh, I'll completely not die."
Dude, that
from
was
this.
so hilarious.
Jerry, I was like convinced that you had like hover left or something.
No.
So you were just
Well,
gonna,
who's got the potion?
like, elevator down.
Who has the potion?
Of
I have a
levitate?
potion of levitate.
So you
Someone
could
does
have
a
you
potion
could have
of
grabbed.
levitate.
I forgot that I had that.
I didn't add that to your inventory, I don't think. So
It's not in my inventory. It's on a piece of paper. I knew I had it, but I forgot.
That's
Even if you had
definitely
casted
not-
that, I was going down that way anyways. So
Okay. Oh my god. That's amazing. Okay.
Whoo! So you find yourself at the bottom of a ravine with 2 massively dead creatures and a number of corpses all in heavy armor.
Can I count how many
Team, how
dead
we
bodies?
Yep. Do anyone that wants to do an investigation check.
Are we gonna like?
Jiri at disadvantage unless you guys have light sources down here.
I still have my stone.
Okay, then you're all good to make regular
There's
investigation.
investigation. There it is.
Are we gonna look at each other's wounds though?
You're
doing?
welcome.
Yeah, I wanna. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry, Roulette.
I rolled a 2, so not much better. I rolled a 6 total.
So Roulette and Telperion maybe are just tending to people's wounds and themselves, making sure everyone's okay. Toby Rama, a quick scope of the surroundings. Oh, there's.
He's at disadvantage.
No, it's not. He has a stone
It's
up.
not because he has a stone. So natural 20 -1 for natural 19. Let's go. Let's do this then. With the natural 20, that'll definitely get you something. Toby Rama.
I was just counting bodies mainly.
Yep. Looking around the pit, you find a portion where this ravine should continue, but has been collapsed. And with the topography of the cavern, it looks like it goes further down before a bunch of rubble has collapsed onto it. So seemingly, these creatures may have come from some deep subterranean depth due to seismic activity from mining or what have you, but that has since been occluded, and now seemingly you guys have cleared the cave of what made it through. There seem to be 8 bodies laying on the ground, all in black, red, and silver armor.
Does this look familiar to this? I'm specifically thinking Durastian armor is my question.
It 100% looks Durastian. It's Durastian color palette of black and red with silver trim. And you can see some imprints of iconography that matches, the Durastian armor you guys found in the corn maze fight.
Can I grab a significant identifying piece of armor, just like one piece for when we head back up?
For sure. There's an epaulet. So one of their shoulder pauldrons has an emblazoned symbol of Durast, which their symbol is a very circular form of a coiled wyvern. So that is, and it is noticeably on the portion of red plate armor. This symbol is in black. So that is kind of typically on Durastian banners and such. It is a red background with a black coiled wyvern symbol. Jiri, with a thorough look through these creatures, you can clearly identify one that has a silverish cloak, seemingly that this is adorning him as some kind of higher ranking individual. And on his body, you find a pouch of 37 gold, 61 silver, 45 copper, and a grayish pink quartzite stone the size of an open palm with a face engraved into it.
Okay. I'm gonna imagine that was right under Jiri's foot. He just got lucky.
Yeah, you probably kicked off someone and you brushed away a cloak and it was just this one higher ranking lieutenant's belongings was a pouch of money and a gray pink stone.
And I'll say, Brother, I'll trade you all this money and this cool stone for some water. I'm so thirsty.
Who are you saying that to?
Roulette.
Oh, I'm assuming I probably have some water on me in the 150 pounds that I admitted that I'm carrying. I probably have a thermos.
I also think you guys picked up an extra water skin along the way, so you absolutely probably have some version of water to give Jiri.
I will hand Jiri the water skin and the cleansing stone that I have. Jiri, I'm assuming you got a couple more holes in that tabby for me to fix up.
Yes, and I have some big scratches on me as well. But here you go. Here's a weird stone and some money. I'm very thirsty. Can I have your water, please?
Of course, and I'll hand him the water. Critter, can you run through the Critter? Can you do the money again real quick?
Yep, 37 gold.
Got it.
61 silver,
Got it.
45 copper,
Got it. And then the pink.
and a pink quartzite stone, which you notice as you grab it from Jiri. It has small runes, arcane runes, engraved around the side of it, and otherwise looks like, with the color and the texture of this thing, this could be absolutely something of magical value.
Did I find something cool?
Of note, small of note, you also see down here, other than Durastian plate armor that is in very good condition, some of it's caved in, but you're able to at least obtain a set of Durastian plate armor. There's also a short sword, a spear, and a warhammer down here.
I'm writing all those down.
Okay.
Short sword, spear,
And
warhammer.
Yep.
I'm gonna do a quick Eyes of the Grave, because why not? 60 feet. Do I detect any undead?
You close your eyes for a second, you open them rapidly, and there's a seemingly only to your vision, there's a almost like a sonar pulse that emanates from you, and you do not detect any sources of undeath around you.
Was that heavy plate armor?
It is. It's plate armor.
Is there any shields? Are there? Any shields?
There are no shields down here.
Can I get the spear out of the one I killed, or is that?
Yeah, you can retrieve that one. It's bloody and maybe even slightly damaged, but it's functional spear.
I'm wearing 2 spears.
Okay.
Was that silver? Is the silver cloak on the beast's neck cool?
It's not the beast. It's the lieutenant of in Durastian armor had a silver cloak. That it's a very small like shawl that drapes over his armor. That is like, if you want it, you can take it. Absolutely. It just seems to separate his armor construction from the rest of them.
I'll take it.
Okay, you can absolutely take that. So now you have a silver cloth shawl, silver shawl.
I will sit down next to Jiri for a minute and just take my mending needle and while he's chugging, mend up the stitches and stuff. Jiri, I know.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to input one small detail that it's interesting that Jiri is so thirsty when everyone's been brutalized or damaged to some degree, and all he seems to care about is water rather than tending to his wounds.
Jiri, I know you're hurt a bit too. Toby, I think you're looking a little worse for wear.
I'm taking a nap.
I only got one of these things, and I point to my like new skin cure wounds patch thing. I'm gonna hold on to it for now. I think the threat might be gone, so I'm gonna hold on to this in case we need an emergency. But
I think we need to take a little
Let's
bit of a
rest.
break.
I agree. We should all snuggle together and rest. Maybe we should hide under these dead bodies.
That might not be very sanitary, but we could just rest next to them for a few.
You are all able to, if you sit down, kind of, set up a space where you can get in cozy position and just take a breath for 30 minutes. You can absolutely get a short rest in here.
Beautiful. Okay.
And noticeably, you can all make a perception check during your short rest.
All right.
Reset maximum HP changes during rest.
Hey.
Rolled well wouldn't matter when I got the net 20, and then you rolled the low strength check.
Actually, yeah, that was true.
Toby and Telperion, perception.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Telperion got 5.
I was drinking water, so I couldn't say.
21.
You're all a bit preoccupied tending to your wounds and catching your breath, but Toby Rama, even though you're very injured and we're trying to recover, you're kind of natural, not quite paranoia, but you're always trying to stay alert for sounds of foes nearby. You do not hear anything. There's no shifting stone, no pacing of creatures. You feel, over the course of these 30 minutes, you feel confident that nothing is coming to get you.
I'm not taking a short rest, so
Okay.
I'm just gonna wander around the little crevasse. You mentioned that wherever like this part of the hole was, it looked like there was an opening, but then that opening has now closed.
That was actually, I apologize if I miscommunicated that. It's actually up on the northern end of it, but yes, it descends. It looks like the terrain of this ravine path continues downward, but there's rubble and other collapsed ceilings from somewhere has blocked off that path, seemingly further in.
Like, I'm going to do a quick lap of the area, not getting too far away from my friends. Is there like any other exit out of here, or is it like...
There is not. There is and it does not take you more than 30 seconds to walk the perimeter of this thing and just test out for walls. It looks like you are just in a hole and need to get up somehow. Although you notice during your walk that, and this was briefly mentioned earlier, but this portion seems like it was more carefully mined, and like it was like, or it was at least prepared in a way that it's fairly sheer. The collapsed nature of the stonework over here is rougher and would, be more amenable to climbing. Yeah.
During their short rest, at some point, I will ritual cast alarm, and I'm going to take out the metal wire that Jokel gave me. I'm not actually going to use any of it, but I'll like get some spectral wire, and I'm going to put it in front of wherever the under weird area entrance is. Sure. Okay. And I'm just going to place it there. It's going to be a mental one too, not a sound.
Yep, perfect. That'll take you 10 minutes or so, and you still have 20 minutes if you like to occupy your rest of your time elsewise.
During the short, I'm confused. Can we get to is this the whole crevice? Can I go get my crescent?
You absolutely can find your crescent. No roll required. You can find the crescent you threw down there. Yeah. I think it's buried in the neck of the creature down over here.
Yeah.
I sure wonder what that pink stone is.
I do too, Toby. I'll tell you tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
You can ritual cast this for free.
Yeah.
Huh?
Identifies ritual.
Ritual casting does not use a spell slot.
I don't have it.
Oh, I see. You prepare your spells.
Oh, you have to prepare.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you guys could attune it right now.
I could attune to a cursed item right now if I wanted to.
You could try.
You could join the curse club.
Try. No, thank you.
Do you focus on this item for any duration of time, just wondering what it may do, reading the runes?
Like passively, yes. While everyone else is kind of doing their self-healing moments, I will probably take out the stone and just like look at the face and look at the runes and see if I
make an Arcana check.
Anything about it.
Nothing of note. You recognize some of the runes, and they seem to like indicate the school of evocation magic, but that's all you get.
Got it.
All right, how we getting out of here?
Yep.
So just hit dice. We have 2 hit dice, right? Because we're at level 2.
Yeah, so you can do 2d10 plus 4 or 3,
is it
whatever.
I rolled 9.
Hit dice is your roll plus your con mod.
Okay, I rolled 9 anyway, which was what I was down to 11, so I'm back to full.
I'm also back to full.
Cool. All right, now you are welcome to climb out of the pit.
Okay, we'll insist though. Like Topirian goes over to Roulette. Roulette, what's the stone about? Can I look at it too?
Sure.
I just want to check.
Topirian, you can make an Arcana check.
15, I think. Yeah, 15.
Looking at the runes around it, which are not language but more geometric mathematics, you're not as studied in this specific runic script as Roulette is, but just looking at it, you're like, I think those couple together indicate communication of some kind. So you've determined that it's evocation magic from Roulette's insight and some kind of communication.
Okay, now I'll tell that to the group. Last thing I want to look at before we go is You had said we understand, or you said I kind of had recognized these creatures, and I realized they were speaking Undercommon. Now that we fought 4 of them, and I'm looking at their corpses, am I getting any bells rang?
You can do one more history check.
Okay. 17.
That's pretty good. Immediately didn't come to mind, just seeing kind of one of these creatures at a time, but now having fought multiple that have language that communicated with each other intelligently, and one of them even had arcane ability, you start to think back, and then you do recall like almost taught as if fairy tales like werewolves are, you do recall the word Quagoth denoting something that used to be humanoid and was corrupted in the depths of the earth, and took on a mutated form, but retained some version of language and arcane ability. And they had societies. There were cultures once upon a time of these creatures, but over time they've continued to evolve in more feral ways.
Okay, sounds great.
Think Falmer, but a little more intelligent and dangerous than Falmer.
Great, thank you.
Great.
But yeah,
My mace is officially extinguished.
Why do we think that there would be dead Jurastians here?
Can we get out first? I hate it here. I hate it here.
Yeah. Are we gonna?
I guess first question. Which side do we want to start? I'm assuming we want to start climbing up and going deeper down into the mine.
Were we pretty close to that dude's office or whatever we were looking for?
Yeah.
There was only one way left to go.
Kellen's direction mentioned that the foreman chamber was just past the other minecart rail. So seemingly you just need to probe a little further if his directions are to be believed.
I wonder if this pink stone was the foreman's and that creature took it from his office.
We shouldn't tell him about it.
I do agree. I don't trust this foreman.
Oh no, I don't trust him either.
He's probably working with Durast or something. I don't know. Miner was saying he was such a hurry. This seems like a pathway of some kind.
And the one who wants to leave said what sounds most plausibly like the solution to the puzzle. That was so well done.
Maybe we shouldn't tell him about the rasp cloaks either, right?
No, we should talk with Gallus once we get back up. I think it seems like we're all on the same page. Once we get back out, we tell Balin, or is his name Balin? Balan. We tell Balan that here's your book. The mine is clear, and you're safe to go in. And period. End of story. That's it.
I also have a feeling that book will be good proof against. Why did he want it so bad?
We are certainly going to read that book before we leave this mine. But I'll take the lead. Does anyone have a rope on them? I think
I have rope.
I think many of you probably do.
I'll take Toby's rope and mine, so I have 100 feet of rope, and I will climb up to the top on the deeper side of the crevasse, and I'm gonna just tie off the 100 feet of rope so that there's at least some help for them as they're climbing up.
No check needed from roulette, and everyone else can make an athletics check with advantage to scale this rocky crevasse with aid of the rope.
I totally forgot you're like an expert rock climber.
Yeah.
Did you say athletics or acrobatics, or just one of them?
Yeah, technique. What about technique?
I think it is. No, I think it's got to be athletics.
Okay.
You're pulling yourself up.
Advantage, though, that helps a lot. For me to get all the way to 7.
Also, I rolled a 2 and a 4, so.
What was your total, Telpiran, with the 4?
9 total.
Okay. So you
9, 7, 5.
You guys are in a non-stressful situation. There are good handholds and a rope to aid you. So none of you fall to your deaths, but Roulette standing at the top, you do like laugh down at them a little bit.
It just takes so
It is-
long.
It is
Tap my
amusing
foot.
that you-
Well, I'm also climbing up with plate armor and a warhammer that I didn't fall down with.
So it may just be taking Telperion, especially with your 9. Yeah, maybe you're just being slowed and you're not particularly fast, but it is quite the sight to see Toby Rama and Jiri trying to pull themselves up the side of the cliff.
I'm dehydrated.
But you all are able to scale the cliff and proceed onward.
Just for the record, I'm back up to full on everything because I'm full on my short rest. So I'll stride forward boldly towards the office. Like just at this point, like I'll kill another one. I don't care.
I'll pull up the rope, and Toby, I'll give you back your rope.
Yeah. Okay.
We can, there's nothing else of note that assails you on your way into the next chamber, which does open up to a more wide, maybe 80-foot diameter chamber. I don't have a map for it, but there are desks and papers and a chest and just a series of furniture items that do indicate this was some kind of makeshift foreman's chamber in this section of the mine.
Let's look for the book first.
Start poking around, looking for ledgers or any paperwork.
You are both able to do that. Let's have both of you make an investigation check.
I can't stop rolling horribly.
There it is. Oh, I rolled a 2 twice.
Every roll I've done has been under 5 for the past 25 minutes. I rolled 7.
Okay. Let's see here. Jiri with an 11. Roulette rolled really well. Toby, are you poking around? No, you're just.
I hate it.
You guys kind of search Balan's kind of chamber, and you do find a number of things. You gather some papers and his ledger book from his desktop. They weren't hidden. Roulette, as you're searching the desk, you find a false compartment under one of the shelves that opens up and reveals a very small journal notebook with a single piece of paper on top of it. And then with the lot of you searching, you also find a book of Clothier Croquis. I don't know how to say that word, croquis. A book of Clothier Croquis that I can send out in the chat and you guys can add to your inventory. A canister of Vreval's Soothing Tea.
That's yours.
A decanter of Endless Water.
I immediately hand that to Jiri.
And then you find a ruby, an orange topaz, and 4 diamonds. All 6 of these gems are stashed away in a kind of a side, not secret, but a side portion of one of Balan's drawers. All of them are worth, I'll just tell you this, they're all worth 50 gold each.
Hot.
Rich.
And then you get those following items and roulette with that journal and the extra piece of paper.
Wow.
What does the piece of paper say on top of the journal?
It is addressed to Balan, and it says the following. Balan, your request for additional compensation on account of increased risk is denied. I have made sure you have been paid quite well, have I not? I will not take kindly to your demands of renegotiation. If you are unwilling to continue our agreement to let soldiers through for the extremely reasonable sum of 100 gold per contingent, trust me, I am happy to replace you with someone a bit more grateful. And it is signed -M.
Like an M dash, but -M.
Just M.
I'm an idiot.
But here, I'll actually throw that quote in the chat just so you guys have record of it. I could also, I guess, make an item on it. But that is the quote. And then I'm going to throw the loot in there too.
Well, I'll take the tea. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful green cylindrical bottle that holds a number of tea bags.
Okay.
Oh, actually, do me a favor real quick. And I need to get to the right person's thing. Sorry. Telperion, who is taking the tea, will you roll 2d4 plus 2?
Or
2 1s.
Yeah.
That's still 4. Okay, you get.
It's just like, it's hysterical. I have not rolled above a 7 in a long time.
So you just unscrewing the cap of this tea canister, you find that there are 4 bags of this tea in there. Whoever is taking the Book of Clothier Croquis, will you also roll for me 2d6 plus 8?
who's taking that one?
I'm just sitting in the doorway.
I'll take it.
Okay, so you're holding on to that Book of Clothier's Croquis, 2d6 plus 8.
14 total.
Okay, that has 14 pages in it. The first, all of them noticeably, if you identify this, you can get the full description, but all the pages, all 14 pages, have the simple form of a humanoid drawn on each page. The one in the first form has miner's clothing on it.
Interesting. That's so cool.
It looks like this book has been heavily used. It looks like pages have been torn out. You're seeing like a thick, maybe a half inch of torn out pages, and then there are 14 pages that make up the final portion of this book.
So
the main thing, the only of the 14 pages, the only one that has
all of them have a wireframe humanoid drawn on them. Only one of the 14 has detailed clothing drawn onto the figure in the form of miner's clothing. The rest of the other 13 wireframe humanoid shapes are just wireframe humanoid shapes with no clothing drawn.
As we're walking out, or as I'm thinking about this, I'm just going to be keeping an eye out to see if the miner's clothing that's on that page matches any of the dead bodies that we walk by as we go out.
It absolutely does.
Got it. Good to know.
they're smuggling in Durastian soldiers, or the other way around? Creation.
No.
Is this a magical book? Could we have
you guys can take a look at it carefully. It does not indicate immediate magic from it. It's not like pulsing with energy or have runes on it, but it may be.
I was wondering if it was like you can draw whatever clothing you want on it, but I guess not.
It may be that.
That's what I was thinking it was.
You have to identify it. It does not immediately indicate what its function is, but your thoughts are very clever.
I'm gonna hand that letter. I'm just gonna show this letter around. I think we probably were all spot on with our initial impressions of that angry foreman upstairs. He's got some shady dealings going on down here. As I open the other book, is it just like a ledger of accounts and shit?
It is. If you would like to make an investigation check, you can quickly cipher through the contents of that.
Yes, please.
Of the ledger or the journal?
The ledger.
It's one book.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I've maybe miscommunicated. The small journal is the one that was the clothier's book that was hidden with the letter. So that was hidden in a secret compartment. The ledger was easily viewable, and that's what you can now pour through with an investigation.
Oh, okay. So the clothier thing was hidden with the note, which makes sense because I know what the clothier thing does, and I have very strong suspicions. And I will look through the actual ledger.
Nice.
Holy shit. Without me being knowledgeable of how to launder exchanges. You're able to support you fucking run a shop. You're very familiar with how to like review transactions very quickly, and you go through some and you're like, that's that amount, but that's that amount, like, and that doesn't like line up. You're very quickly able to see where pouring an influx of gold was accrued and noted in a way that would try and blend in with the regular exports and imports, the receiving of supplies and shipments, and the exports of the ore and Patara ash and otherwise. So you're able to see there's some shady shit hidden in this ledger.
I will share that in general with the group. I think and there's like no other exit out of this room, right? This is like the deepest part of the tunnel. So yeah. Fellas, this guy's doing some shady shit, and it's more than just taking bribes for more ore. I think he's letting Durastian soldiers in, through, around, somewhere into Croatia, and I got a good feeling about exposing him for the shitbag he is.
We should blackmail him first and then expose him.
Well, I think we should just take all of this shit and keep it for ourselves. If anyone asks, we can say the beasts took all the beast cleared house in here. Only thing we found was the ledger and this letter.
Right, but I'm saying blackmail him, get him to confess before we expose him.
If they think we're blackmailing him, his confession might not mean too much, but we certainly could provide some evidence. Maybe I've actually been not sure how to.
I think we should check in with Gallus first.
Gallus will know the glass guard better than we do.
He knows the glass guard better. He also might maybe suggest we keep this quiet and move on to the capital and then present this there, because this is an important part of providing to the capital.
And it'd be easy enough for them to lure Balan to them once they are suspicious, because he wanted to join them, right?
If you recall his conversation, he was eager to prove to the queen that he had acquired heightened productivity here and wanted a position in the capital.
It would be very easy to summon him.
Jiri, I do agree. Before any sort of expose happens, we are collecting a reward from this Master Balan Foreman.
He was going to reward us for getting his ledger, wasn't he? Or solving the problem.
Oh, he wanted the ledger back.
In the conversation, there was a bit of both.
Right, but I was saying more like we should hear what he has to say, right? Because like he might say something sketchy that might, lead us to his motivation.
Why don't we just leave here?
I would recommend first using any loose stuff around his study here. I think we should copy the ledger for ourselves as well. Like,
would that take a while?
Or maybe like
it is
some of it
that may be achievable, but it may take a little bit of time.
What if we could arrange a small rockfall here so like he wouldn't be able to get back in? That might be difficult to do without hurting ourselves.
Then it's going to make the miners do more work. We should just say it was gone.
Okay. Do we want to like turn over the office like the beasts were in?
We should light his office on fire. Maybe burn his desk.
I was thinking this, but the beast wouldn't do that. The beast would have just torn it apart.
Oh, let's smash it then.
Yeah.
Smashy, smashy.
Smash.
We should go. Too bad we didn't bring one of their claws with us.
I take out my crescents and I they had 3 claws, right?
Yeah, they had 3 claws.
I'm gonna try to like a couple different key spaces, like make some gouges that would look like the beasts were in there, and then I'm just gonna use my strength to just start upheaving stuff and throwing it all over the place.
Over the course of, let's say, 5 minutes or so, you are able to adequately destroy the office and seemingly make it look like it had been ransacked by some fiending creature.
Cool.
Okay.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
As you guys, I think we'll zoom to as you guys exit the cavern, retracing your steps, going back up the spiral staircase of scaffolding, pathways, and stuff. You are absolutely able to make your way back to, let's say, the mouth of the cavern entrance, and maybe that's where we'll pick up next time.